Chapter 1782. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I won't kill you today. My disciple said that you, Zhang Yun, are a kind and chivalrous person. Based on this, you don't have to die." The handsome young master knelt on the ground and wailed at the corpse of his father in Yi province. "You lunatic, why did you kill my father? You will die a horrible death." When Zhang Yun's daughter saw the miserable state of her beloved man, she was also weeping. She squatted down and wanted to comfort him but was pushed away by the young man. "Get lost, it's all because of you, you jinx. My father died because of you. If it weren't for you and your mother's instigation, why would I, the son of Yi province, make things difficult for that nobody time and time again? Why would I use my official position to ask Zhang Dachuan to hurt him?" Zhang Yun looked as if he was struck by lightning. He turned around with a wooden expression and looked at his wife and daughter. He asked expressionlessly, "Tell me what happened. Since we're already in this state, you should at least let me know the reason for my death." The charming woman no longer had her usual graceful bearing. Her expression was ferocious and terrifying. She said sternly, "Zhang Yun, how would I know that the master of that poor boy is so powerful? If you want to blame someone, you can only blame that young man with the surname Li for pretending to be a fool. If he didn't hide his identity and tease us, why would I deliberately stop him from marrying our daughter? Ha, now I only regret that I didn't ask that old trash Zhang Dachuan to kill him." Zhang Yun looked at his crazy wife with disgust. He turned around again and said, "Senior, can I exchange my death for the lives of those unrelated to the sword reigning tower?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "No." Zhang Yun's lips trembled and he couldn't say a word. The middle-aged man said again, "Don't worry, I came here today only to kill Zhang Dachuan. Now, I'm only here to kill the one on the ground and the Yi province deputy general who escaped from the sword reigning tower. As for the other dead people, since they wanted to kill me, they have to pay the price for having such thoughts. Although in my opinion, your wife and daughter deserve to die, my disciple never had such thoughts. I won't let him feel guilty." Zhang Yun couldn't understand this person's thoughts. It was just like how every time he went up the building and looked at the pictures of the sword immortals of the past, he never understood why the same sword in their hands could be so powerful that it could shake the earth and mountains. However, the middle-aged man continued, "From today onwards, your sword reign house shouldn't be open for business anymore. What do you mean by, the reign of swords is a great spectacle? That is an insult to the swords in your hands. I believe that any sword in the world, as long as it is in the hands of a true swordsman, will disdain to be associated with other people's swords. Li Chuangong's wooden horse and ox are the same. Therefore, if the people who hung the portraits on the top floor were still alive, they would probably have laughed themselves to death. When a sword is in its sheath, it will only cry out for injustice. When the sword is unsheathed, it must have a clear conscience. How can it be used for outsiders to admire the scenery and applaud?" Zhang Yun smiled miserably, and then his gaze became firm as he said in a low voice, "What Senior said makes a lot of sense. However, the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion is the result of the painstaking efforts of my Zhang clan's ancestors for a few hundred years after all. Thus, Zhang Yun can die today while the pavilion doesn't exist, but Zhang Yun can't live on while the pavilion doesn't exist." This was the first time the middle-aged man looked at Zhang Yun seriously. Zhang Yun held the fiery candle sword tightly, and there were no more distracting thoughts in his mind. My Zhang clan sword reign house once had ancestor Lu riding a crane, sword sovereign Su Xiu once commented on the swordsmen of the world, and sword god Li Chungang was here to give pointers to my grandfather's swordsmanship. If I, Zhang Yun, retreat today, then the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion will really perish. Zhang Ningjing, Zhang Ziyuan, Zhang Danbua, Zhang Mingji, the four of you remember, after my death, the people of the Rainstorm Sword Pavilion can die, and the signboard can fall, but the words Rainstorm Sword Pavilion must not disappear. It must not be humiliated." Zhang Yun pulled out the fiery candle sword and welcomed death with a smile. "Before I die, I would like to thank Senior for allowing me to pull out the sword. As for Senior's disciple, that young man called Li Huanyan, Zhang Yun, would like to say a few words from the bottom of my heart before I die. In fact, I have a good impression of Li Huanyan, not because his aptitude is not outstanding, but because his understanding of swordsmanship is extremely high. It is because when I saw this young man, I was reminded of my own high-spirited youth, and I was willing to disregard everything for the person I admired. My original intention was to let him suffer a few more rejections, just like how I suffered when I was young. However, for some reason, my daughter suddenly changed her mind. At that time, I felt a little regretful, but I didn't think too much about it. Zhang Yun then turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman with wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, and said gently, "You weren't like this in the past." The woman was at a loss. The middle-aged man no longer had his hands behind his back. He looked at the house master of the Sword Rain Tower who was holding the sword in his hand and smiled, "Go ahead and attack. I know what I'm doing. I'll let you die when your strength is exhausted." The Sword Rain Tower of Western Shu claimed to have collected more than 1,000 exquisite sword moves in the world. In fact, most of the sword moves were the moves of the house masters and the outstanding disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. They were not considered outstanding in the world, but they were the foundation that had been accumulated for hundreds of years. Some of the moves were indeed first-class swordsmanship. It was a pity that Zhang Yun also knew that many of the sword moves were exquisite, but he did not know the true meaning behind them. After all, there were too many sword masters who had their own merits, and their sword wills were scattered and mixed. There were even some contradictions between them. Zhang Yun had not reached the realm of returning to one's original state. The middle-aged man had one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out. Zhang Yun's sword moves were magnificent. Sometimes it was majestic like the sun rising from the east, sometimes it was soft and continuous like the rain in Jiangnan, sometimes it was thick and heavy like the snow in midwinter, and sometimes it was light and ethereal like a sparrow flying on a branch. What was even rarer was that Zhang Yun's sword wills were tightly connected and did not appear abrupt or stiff. The first sentence of the Sword Rain Tower's motto was clear: the sunrise of Kunlun, the bright moon of Chenghai, the water of the spring god lake, the great tide of Guangling, the haze of Crimson City, the flying snow of Liao Liao, the yellow sand of the great desert, and various other wonders all contained sword wills that merged into one. The end of the way of the sword. However, no matter how Zhang Yun attacked, the middle-aged man would gently flick the tip of the candlestick sword away with his finger. Therefore, every time the sword vibrated, it meant that Zhang Yun's exquisite sword wills were stopped abruptly. This absurd scene was like a distinguished scholar reciting a famous poem from the ancient times, but he was interrupted by a vulgar villager with the word, fart. In the square, only the rainbow-like sword qi could be seen. Zhang Yun and his sword were indistinct. Only the middle-aged man stood in the same place, casually flicking his two fingers. Even the odd-job disciples of the Sword Rain Tower, who were laymen, knew that the difference in their attainments in the way of the sword was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Their master or grandmaster, Zhang Yun of the Sword Rain Tower in Western Shu, was one of the 10 grandmasters of the Western Shu Dao. Even Lu Yuewei, who was the chief consecrator of the Spring Invitation Cottage, did not dare to say that she could defeat Zhang Yun, who was attacking with all his might, with just 2 fingers, let alone when his body was as immovable as a mountain. The appearance of this middle-aged man not only shocked everyone with his mysterious cultivation base, which was akin to that of an immortal on the land, but also unknowingly opened up a grand and magnificent martial arts picture scroll for many disciples of the Sword Rain Tower who wanted to reach the peak of the way of the sword. Everyone present had complicated feelings. Who could turn the tide when the Sword Rain Tower encountered such a powerful enemy? It was destined that they would not be able to avenge themselves today, but would they really be able to in 10 or 20 years? Just as Zhang Yun's sword momentum was weakening, the Sword Rain Tower's master knew that he was going to die. However, Zhang Yun did not feel too indignant. He only felt that after displaying all his skills to his heart's content, it was only a matter of flicking his fingers. He felt that he had let his ancestor down. He had gone through untold hardships to get what he wanted, but at this moment his sword heart had reached a clear state. He no longer had any regrets. "Master, don't kill people. Killing people is against the law." Suddenly, an anxious voice sounded from afar. The familiar voice fell into the ears of the disciples of the Sword Rain Tower. In the past, they only felt that it was laughable and disgusting. Now, it was no different from the sound of nature. As for the content of the words, no one found it funny anymore. The middle-aged man flicked Zhang Yun and his sword away with 2 fingers, forcing Zhang Yun to retreat dozens of steps. He turned his head and laughed angrily at his disciple who rushed over. "Since when is killing not against the law?" The young man ran to his side and said softly, "Let's not talk about whether it's against the law first. You killed people in front of so many people. If word gets out, it won't sound good. The Peach Blossom Sword God killed people in Western Shu's Sword Rain Tower. It will damage your reputation." The old gatekeeper who ran to the streets to look for the young man did not know that he had saved the Sword Rain Tower's life. The middle-aged man said helplessly, "Since when have I cared about my reputation?" The young man said confidently, "As your disciple, I care. I care very much." The middle-aged man laughed it off. Zhang Yun, who was drenched in sweat, kept his sword back into its sheath. He cupped his fists and smiled sincerely. He bowed deeply and said, "I already know your identity. Because of you, the Sword Rain Tower's name has been removed from Western Shu. Zhang Yun has no regrets in this life. The Sword Rain Tower has no regrets." As soon as these words were spoken, all of the Reigning Swords Pavilion's guest elders and disciples, including Zhang Yun, were shocked. In the Jianghu, a person's reputation was extremely important to all righteous people. As for the reputation of the sect that they belonged to, it was even more important. Zhang Yun's shocking statement implied that the ordinary-looking middle-aged man in front of him was like the Wu family's master who used the sword tomb's prestige to talk about flying swords, or Chai Qingshan who represented the Dongyue sword pool to talk about forging swords. Otherwise, no matter how high this person's martial cultivation was, no matter how much he regarded everyone as ants, Zhang Yun, who had the intention of sacrificing himself for the sword, would not have taken the initiative to say such a thing. The middle-aged man did not show any change in his expression. He accepted it calmly, or more accurately, he completely ignored it. Chapter 1783. The girl who had been pushed away by the E Province guest was now nestled in her mother's arms, looking delicate and pitiful. After seeing the foreign wanderer who had sworn an oath of undying love with her in private, her timid face had a natural charm that made people want to take pity on her. She took a few steps forward and gazed affectionately at the young man who had been abandoned by her after her mother had bewitched him. Softly she said, "Nian Xiang, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? I have never forgotten you. It's just that at home." Li Sherngyang turned his head and looked at the girl who he had asked to stay in the distance. She was holding the bamboo flower basket and looking up. The apricot flowers in the basket had been sold out, but there were still a few peach blossoms left. He smiled and turned his head. He stopped smiling and glanced at the girl from the Sword Rain Tower without saying a word. The middle-aged man asked, "Have you finally given up?" The young man grunted and nodded his head vigorously. The young man seemed to have noticed something and asked in surprise, "Master, you didn't trick me on purpose, did you?" The middle-aged man was indifferent. The young man walked to his side and said gloomily, "Master, I didn't think you were cunning before. If you had been so cunning earlier, your reputation in Jianghu would have surpassed that of Wang Xianji and Chao Chongqing, not to mention that Su Fengyan." The middle-aged man said lazily, "Your matter is done. I still have a small matter to deal with. There is a deputy general of E Province to kill. However, no matter how good he is at escaping, he can't beat that guy named Xia." Then he glanced at Zhang Yun, who was respectful as if he had seen the reincarnation of his ancestor. He hesitated for a moment and said, "People who practice swordsmanship shouldn't focus on victory and defeat and neglect life and death. A dead man can't pick up a 3-foot sword. Well, one last thing, your swordsmanship is passable and your sword will is not bad. At least you let me know one thing. After Su Xiu and Huang Zhentu, there are still swords in Western Shu. Therefore, the Sword Rain Tower will continue to operate. However, today's matter is limited to the entrance of the Sword Rain Tower. If your grudges involve the outside world in the future, I won't be so polite the next time I visit." Zhang Yun was relieved and grateful. He once again cupped his hands and bowed solemnly. the master and disciple turned around and left. Master, the last few sentences you said really have the demeanor of a great master. Did you learn it from someone when you went on a long journey? Master, if you have a conflict with someone in the future, just follow this pattern of speech. You can't go wrong. Master, let's settle accounts clearly between master and disciple. You can't just leave like that just because you put on the airs of a master. You can't just ignore my future living in Ijo City. I'm going to live here for a long time. Akeo's family is poor, and my swordsmanship is not good enough. You just said yesterday that you want me to live a stable life. I don't want you to pay for the money or the betrothal gifts. You can't leave a mess for me and Akeo. Shut up. Take care of that stubborn donkey yourself. Today's sun is not bad. He watched as the master and disciple walked further and further away after meeting the flower girl. Zhang Yun had mixed feelings. Wang Xianlin, the eldest disciple of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, who was once praised by Xielingzhen of the Spring Invitation Cottage as a late bloomer in 20 years, came to his master and asked carefully, "Master, is this senior also a swordsman?" Zhang Yun did not answer his eldest disciple's question. He stared at the door in a daze. After a long time, he smiled and asked, "Last year, you bunch of hotheads were discussing that we must find an auspicious day to hang the portrait of the Peach Blossom Sword God on the top floor. If I remember correctly, you were the one who insisted that we hang the portrait between Ancestor Lu and Li Chungang. Have you picked a day?" Wang Xianlin asked curiously, "But doesn't our Reigning Swords Pavilion have the unshakable rule of our ancestors that only those peerless sword Dao grandmasters are allowed to hang their portraits in our pavilion after they pass away?" Zhang Yun muttered to himself, because of his parting words, "There are still swords in Western Shu. I want to hang his portrait even if my ancestors scolded me for being an unfilial descendant. Moreover, what's wrong with making an exception for the Peach Blossom Sword God who almost became in-laws with the Reigning Swords Pavilion?" Wang Xianlin was dumbfounded. Suddenly, Zhang Yun said in a deep voice, "Disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion, draw your swords. Use the Taiya style." Finally, Zhang Yun looked at the door and said loudly, 324 disciples of the Reigning Swords Pavilion of Western Shu, send off the Peach Blossom Sword God with the 3-foot sword in your hands." The woman was stunned and murmured, "The Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai. So you are Dong Tai." The young woman's face was filled with tears of regret. Why are you his disciple?" Outside the Reigning Swords Pavilion, the innocent flower girl tugged at Li Huanyan's sleeve and asked curiously, "Who is the Peach Blossom Sword God they are talking about?" Li Huanyan held back his laughter and curled his lips. The girl looked at Uncle Deng who was walking in front of them. He was the middle-aged man who walked into the courtyard with the donkey yesterday. She smiled happily and said, "Brother Li, this title sounds amazing. I've heard some storytellers say that those heroes' titles are not as good as Uncle Deng's." Dong Tai turned around and picked up a peach blossom from the girl's basket. He smiled and said, "How powerful do you think a guy whose disciple was beaten to the point that he had to lie in bed for 2 to 3 months can be? So, this Peach Blossom Sword God only sounds amazing." The girl glanced at the young man with a smile on her face. The young man flew into a rage out of humiliation and said, 1 copper coin per flower." The middle-aged man said shamelessly, "I don't have money. I owe you." The girl suddenly blushed. "Uncle Deng, The middle-aged man seemed to have guessed what the girl was thinking. He smiled and shook his head at her. Then, he picked up the peach blossom with his mouth and put his hands behind his head. He turned around and said gently, "I, Dong Tai's disciple, have already married the best woman in the world." The girl was embarrassed. However, after hearing Uncle Deng's words, she, who had never dared to hope that she and Brother Li would become husband and wife, felt less nervous. She also thought that such an easygoing peach blossom sword god and such an easygoing elder should not be a famous Jianghu hero, right? The girl suddenly felt that she had wronged Brother Li and Uncle Deng by thinking this way. She secretly stuck out her tongue. In the spring of this year, as Li Huanyan's master, Deng Tai, could be considered half-in-laws to Ah Chao's parents. He worked as a waiter in their family's shop, greeting customers and sending off customers. He saved up less than 10 taels of silver. Before leaving western Shuzhizhou for northern Liang Pass, he shamelessly borrowed 20 taels of silver from his disciple and used the money to buy an ordinary iron sword. On the way to Liangliang, the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, who had pulled out his first sword from the sword tomb when he was young, walked with a sword at his waist for the first time in his life. At the end of the second year of Xiangfu, Mount Hui Nyogang, it was snowing heavily on the Great Snow Plateau. In the twilight, a woman in purple walked alone out of the moonless house, which had become the holy land of the martial arts world. She held an ordinary bamboo handle oil paper umbrella and walked alone in the wind and snow. Mount Hui was full of visitors and tourists all year round. Even this late snowfall did not stop them from climbing the mountain. However, after the woman in purple walked out of the building, the chief guest of Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua, immediately informed the servants that today, there would be a checkpoint at the entrance of the Great Snow Field. No matter if it was an outsider or a native of the Great Snow Field, no one was allowed to get close to the Great Snow Field. No one was allowed to get close to the mountain lord of Mount Hui who suddenly had the interest to enjoy the snow. In today's Mount Hui, as the Lady of Mount Hui, Xianyuan Qingfeng had long stopped caring about worldly affairs. Huang Fangfua, who had been an elder for 2 dynasties, could be said to have great power in his hands. His martial arts cultivation also showed signs of rising from fingerxian to celestial phenomenon. This step was really like a traveler crossing the natural moat, like a scholar passing the top 3. In these 2 years, Mount Hui was like the sun in the sky on the lake of Liang. Chao Changqing was already dead, Dong Tai was nowhere to be found, and Su Fengnian was far away in the northwest. In recent years, the top 10 masters of Liang were evaluated by busybodies. Qi Jiajie and Chai Qingshan, who were equally famous as Xianyuan Qingfeng, were few and far from being as dazzling as Mount Huizi. There were even admirers who praised this chief of Wulin as the Grand Master of Rouge. Not only was she a beauty who could enter the rankings, but she was also a martial arts grandmaster. In the entire world, only the Empress of West Chu, Xianxia, who was rumored to have died for her country, could be compared to her. Now that Xianxia was dead, the entire Jianghu seemed to feel lonely for Xianyuan Qingfeng. It was as lonely as the spectacular snow seen on the Great Snow Field today. The heavy snow was flying and covering the sky, but she was the only one enjoying it. She stopped at the edge of the Great Snow Field and looked into the distance. Her small oil paper umbrella was covered with white snow. It was as if a beauty's hair had turned white. At this moment, a person stealthily appeared on the Great Snow Field. Huang Fangfua, who was standing on the second floor of the Moonless Tavern and staring at the figure in purple, suddenly became gloomy. He was about to float out of the tavern and throw the guy who dared to cross the Thunder Pool into the river outside the Great Snow Field to feed the fish. However, this deeply shrewd chief foreign minister of Mount Hui was shocked. Although Xianyuan Qingfeng did not make a sound and the beauty was still standing alone in the wind and snow, Huang Fangfua felt an aura rushing towards him, stopping him from making a move. Yes, it was an aura, not just an aura. Huang Fangfua respectfully took a step back to show that he understood. Huang Fangfua was puzzled. He was no stranger to that uninvited guest. He was an insignificant person who always liked to brag to others that he and the king of Bailiang, Su Fengnian, had traveled the Jianghu together, had eaten and drunk together, had taken a boat together, and had gone to the Snow Mountain Villa together. He also said that the two of them were good friends who called each other brothers. Chapter 1784. Of course, Huang Fangfua did not believe in this absurd theory. He only believed that the two people who were as different as clouds and mud were just strangers who met by chance. The young king would not take it seriously, but the young man on the snow plateau would take it too seriously. As for why he could successfully settle down in Mount Hui, Huang Fangfua also found it strange. After all, after Xianyuan Qingfeng became the boss, Huang Fangfua had to deal with too many things. It was impossible for him to care about the background of a nobody. Now Mount Hui was divided into different classes. Although they were all guests, the difference in treatment between the first and the last guests was huge. The young man was the lowest guest in Mount Hui. He only had a small courtyard halfway up the mountain and lived with 2 other guests. His monthly income was no more than 20 to 30 taels of silver. In the town at the foot of Mount Hui, it wasn't even enough for him to have a decent drink. The young foreign official looked around cautiously, feeling uneasy. Today he had planned to come to the Great Snow Plateau to enjoy the scenery and try to find an opportunity to get close to the Jianghu seniors who also had the same interest. He did not expect that after climbing up the mountain, he did not even see a shadow of a person. He wanted to go back home, but after walking in the snow for more than an hour, he did not want to give up, so he stumbled into the bull mound. In fact, the important foreign official near the top of the mountain had already received the news. This young man was far from being qualified to be notified by the servants on the Great Snow Plateau. Therefore, by a stroke of luck, he saw the immortal-like purple robe by the cliff. This was the first time he saw her after living under someone else's roof in Mount Hui. The first time he saw her was at the Snow Mountain Villa. The Jianghu friend, named Su Qi, told him that he might as well go to Mount Hui to have a look. He also said that there was a woman who liked to wear purple dress who could be considered as a friend. At that time, he didn't take it seriously. However, it was hard to survive in Jianghu, especially for a rootless duckweed like him. No matter where he went, he would only be looked down upon. He had no choice but to wait for the right time and risk his life to meet this purple dress of Huishan Mountain. However, he didn't expect that after the woman narrowed her eyes and sized him up and confirmed that he didn't have the guts to lie, she actually nodded and agreed. He only remembered that under the gaze of those cold eyes, he was sweating profusely. He was still in a daze even after she left for a long time. Later on, he came to Mount Hui. Although he didn't reach the heavens in a single bound, at least he had a place to stay. He didn't have to wander around the Jianghu like a lonely ghost. He didn't have any extravagant hopes for more. He didn't have to worry about food and drink all year round and was perfectly content. After seeing her, he mustered up his courage and walked forward with difficulty. He didn't know if it was because the snow was difficult to walk on, or because he was in awe of her, but he walked with difficulty in his straw raincoat. When he finally walked a dozen steps behind her, a cold voice softly sounded, "I only remember that your surname is Huang. I forgot your name. Huang something?" Her voice wasn't loud, but to his ears, it was no different from a clap of thunder exploding above his head. It turned out that this high and mighty woman, who was like a celestial being in heaven, still remembered his surname? Flattered, he quickly trotted a few steps forward and stopped a few steps behind and beside her. He lowered his head and bent over, smiling, reporting to Mountain Master, "This little one's surname is Huang, and my name is Quan. My surname is Quan, and my name is Chao. It's Quan, which means spring water." Huang Quan, who once pretended to be an experienced Jianghu person in front of Su Qi, had gray hair at an early age. Indeed, he didn't look like a very likable young man. He quietly waited for her to continue, but there was no movement for a long time. This made him involuntarily panic. Could it be that his appearance disturbed her mood of admiring the snow? She gently shook the wrist holding the umbrella, and the snow on the surface of the oil paper umbrella suddenly flew into a mess. She didn't turn her head and only asked indifferently, "Have you heard of a person called Wenhua?" Huang Quan said in fear and trepidation, Of course. In the capital, he earned the nickname of Wenbusheng. He fought with the number 1 swordsman in the capital, Qi Jiajie. At that time, even the Tangxi sword immortal Lu Baijie, who was the Minister of War, had a favorable impression of Wenhua. Unfortunately, he suddenly and inexplicably disappeared. Now, the storytellers at the foot of the mountain all say that this peerless swordsman is Su Qi. Oh no, the new Prince Liang's good brother. Because of this, that prince even used Wenhua's sword moves in the western regions. In one move, he beat Tuoba Bodhisattva, who was also one of the 4 great grandmasters of martial arts, out of the city. She asked again, "Then, are you envious?" Huang Quan smiled embarrassedly, "Naturally, I'm very envious. I used to diligently practice the sword, but unfortunately, I wasn't cut out for it. I quickly abandoned it and only know a few skills." At this point, Huang Quan paused for a moment and carefully said, "It's because of the Mountain Lord's Bodhisattva's kindness that this little one is able to eat and drink at Mount Hui. This little one doesn't dare to forget the Mountain Lord's kindness in taking me in these 2 years." She didn't comment, but the corners of her mouth quietly curled up. She muttered to herself, although that guy surnamed Wen is very annoying, Wenhua is indeed only one Wenhua. It's like this to that person and it's about the same to me. In this lifetime, if I want to meet this kind of disgraceful bastard again, it should be very difficult. The wind and snow on the mountain peak were too strong. Even if Huang Quan pricked up her ears, she couldn't clearly hear her soft muttering. She seemed to have lost interest in talking and said straightforwardly, "Presumably, you also know that that person sent many secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion to my moonless restaurant. Now, I'll give you a choice. You can either choose a secret manual at will and then go down the mountain to explore, or you can stay in my Mount Hui and be a low-class guest. Although you won't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life, you won't have any future prospects. You don't need to speak. If you nod, you'll choose the first option. If you shake your head, you'll choose the second option." The extremely talkative Huang Quan subconsciously wanted to nag a little, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't utter a single word. Then she suddenly woke up with a start. Her forehead was covered in sweat as she hurriedly shook her head. Huang Quan silently said in her heart, "How could I not know my own weight? I can't endure hardships, and I don't have the innate talent to become an expert through practicing martial arts. I've long since known to obediently accept my fate." She calmly said, "I understand. You can leave now." Huang Quan, who felt as if she had been granted amnesty, didn't dare to stay any longer. She turned around and left. However, after Huang Quan had taken a few steps, she softly said, "I don't know if the person Mountain Chieftain spoke of treats me as a friend. No matter how much I boast to outsiders, in reality, I don't dare to think that person is my friend. However, no matter what, I, Huang Quan, am very happy to be able to meet that person." After saying this, Huang Quan's footsteps didn't stop as she left the large snowy plain. She didn't dare to secretly turn her head to look at her. When he left the mountain, he somewhat felt that he was too useless. However, after thinking about it again and again, he still felt that being able to meet Su Qi in this life, meeting that young Jianghu man who was willing to let him eat and drink, and who would laugh and listen to his boasting, was something worth being happy about for the rest of his life. Xianyuan Qingfeng stood alone in the same place. The wind and snow fell one after another, making the world seem even more lonely. She slowly walked back to the moonless tower, which was said to be even taller than the Tide Listening Pavilion in Beiliang. She climbed up to the top floor. This floor was extremely transparent. Aside from those gold-threaded Phoebe Jinan pillars, the entire building was practically empty. There was only a red sandalwood couch placed there. She put away her oil paper umbrella and bent over to lean against one of the pillars. Lying on the couch, she propped up her cheek with one hand and looked as far as her eyes could see to the west. The most special thing about this tower was that there were no walls or railings in the entire west side. With a single glance, one could see the large snowy plain and even the distant scenery outside of Mount Hui. Due to the heavy snow, there were very few young maidservants who could enter this floor of Moonless Tower to clean the rooms. They had already cleverly erected a silk screen on the west side to block the wind and snow and cut off the bitter cold. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep. In terms of fortuitous encounters and wonderful opportunities, this woman was simply the darling of heaven and earth. First, she accidentally obtained a strange cultivation method from the library on the large snowy plain that could absorb other people's qi. Her cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. When she narrowly reached the first level, she also turned herself into a half-human half-ghost and her life was hanging by a thread. Later, she went to Beiliang and absorbed the fate of several imperial jade seals in the library of the Tide Listening Pavilion. Not only did she stabilize her cultivation, she also eliminated the huge hidden danger caused by the chaotic qi. Then, in the Battle of the River, she was defeated by Wang Xianji and sank to the bottom of the Guangling River. She actually survived the disaster and had good fortune afterward. Lu Songtao and Zhao Huangqiao both helped her to advance her cultivation rapidly and reached the major celestial state in one fell swoop. She stopped Xiao Changqing from entering Great Peace City outside the city. The conqueror of West Chu even gave her a golden millet dream, allowing her to dream for decades. How could the benefits she received be ordinary? No one dared to question her status as the chief of the Wulin alliance as a woman. Some even believed that among the young Jianghu grandmasters, only she, Xianyuan Qingfeng, had the chance to compete with the northwest vassal king. As her cultivation rose rapidly and she became the leader of the Jianghu south of the Yangtze River, the power of Mount Hui grew day by day and suppressed Mount Longhu. She said that pilgrims were not allowed to climb the mountain to burn incense on the 14th of every month. Thus, no one dared to go to Mount Longhu to make a wish and pray on that day. She once prevented the fourth prince, who was now the emperor, from climbing the snowy plain. She also once had the new Prince Liang send people from thousands of miles away to deliver several large boxes of secret manuals from the Tide Listening Pavilion, as if she was entrusting him to me. She had also participated in the Battle of Great Peace City. She was like a bright moon hanging in the sky of Jianghu with Li Yang and the other two of the four great grandmasters of martial arts evaluation. Some people feared her, some hated her, and some respected her. But strangely, no one in the world seemed to like her very purely, even if her beauty was enough to enter the rankings. Even if countless men in Jianghu knew that as long as they could conquer this woman, it was equivalent to conquering half of Jianghu. Chapter 1785. She lived in seclusion on the top floor of the Moonless Tower. Her mood was unpredictable. Countless Jianghu masters who had pledged their loyalty to Mount Hui had been severely injured by her in a fit of anger. They had no fate with martial arts, but she was not unkind. On the contrary, when she was happy, she could casually reward her servants with valuable treasures such as luminous pearls. She could also casually give away the top secret manuals that Jianghu dreamed of. She could also casually give them away in pairs. Unfortunately, no one could predict when she would be happy or why she would be happy. She opened her eyes and seemed to find the screen annoying. She gently waved her hand and the screen immediately shattered, flying with the snow. She left the beauty couch, picked up the oil paper umbrella, and left the Moonless Tower. She opened the umbrella again and walked to the edge of the cliff. She slowly reached out her hand and extended the oil paper umbrella. The snowflakes did not stop and snow gradually piled up in her palm. She softly repeated these two sentences. Meeting you, I am very happy. Meeting you, I am not happy. This purple dress, for the entire night, just stood there, one hand holding the umbrella and the other reaching out to catch the snow. Her body did not move at all. No one knew the reason. Later, rumors spread in Jianghu that the purple dress of Mount Hui had become an immortal on earth overnight after watching the snow on the peak of Mount Hui. In the second year of Xiangfu, there was light snow. The air was cold and the snow was cold, but the ground was not cold and the snow was not heavy. The Dongyue Sword Pool, an ancient sect that had competed with the Wu family for the title, all sword skills in the world originate from which family, for hundreds of years, began to flourish after Song Nianqing's death and Chai Qingshan, an outsider, took over the position of sect master. Several old sword masters who had been silent for many years began to open their doors and accept disciples. There were constantly young people with amazing talent who entered the Dongyue Sword Pool to forge swords and practice swordsmanship. Li Yibai, who was born in a prestigious family in Jiangnan, no longer traveled. He stayed at the sword pool to help Chai Qingshan manage the affairs. Although Li Yibai's cultivation in the way of the sword grew slowly, this genius who was once as famous as Wu Luding of the Sword Tomb, Qi Xianxia of Longhu Mountain, and Li Huoli of Yanbao of Ji Province, seemed to be enjoying himself. He was not worried about his martial realm. Meanwhile, the Yamen of the Ministry of Justice of the Liyang Imperial Court had also recruited many experts from the sword pool with great fanfare. With such a promising future, the number of young swordsmen who went to Dongyue Sword Pool for apprenticeship was as large as the number of carps crossing the river. During this period of time, sect Master Chai Qingshan only had 2 disciples. One of them was grinning from ear to ear all day, while the other was frowning all day. Song Nianqing's eldest grandson, Song Tinglu, was one of the happiest. This was because he could now hear many people respectfully address him as martial uncle every day. This made the youth, who could only call Li Yibai's senior brother for many years, feel that he had earned back his capital. On the other hand, Shan Yi was the one who was unhappy. She felt that those guys who were older than her made her sound old by calling her senior martial aunt. Song Tinglu still only worshipped Wen Bushing, who had become famous in one battle in Great Pea City. He liked to carry a simple self-made wooden sword at his waist every day. He liked to pretend to be old and experienced when others called him martial uncle. Then, when no one was looking, he would immediately crack open his mouth and laugh. On this day, it was sunny after the snow. Song Tinglu searched for a long time before he finally found his junior sister who was in a daze in a pavilion. Song Tinglu probably knew the taste of worry. After his junior sister came back from escape summer town in Baelyang, she began to like sitting alone in a daze. He righteously complained to his master that his junior sister was not willing to practice the sword. In the end, before the two men could criticize him, the girl casually said that she was comprehending the sword and dismissed both his master and senior brother. As the senior brother, the youth was naturally not convinced. In the end, his master had the two of them spar. His junior sister, who could only win after 100 moves, could take care of the youth within 80 moves. He lost again and again. From 80 moves to 70 moves and then to 60 moves, he lost all 3 battles. The results were worse each time. Naturally, the youth was given the nickname Song Bushing by junior sister Xianxia. This nickname quickly spread in the Dongyue sword pool. There were 2 new female disciples who were older than the youth who would add Song Bushing before martial uncle when they called Song Tinglu. This made the youth both happy and worried. When Song Tinglu was about to enter the pavilion, Xianxia suddenly said fiercely, "Remember, from now on, this pavilion is a forbidden area of our Dongyue sword pool. Without my permission, no one is allowed to set foot here. Not you, not senior brother Li, not even master." The girl looked at the dumbfounded youth and waved her hand. She said angrily, "I'll let it go today. Those who don't know are not guilty. Remember, don't do it again." Song Tinglu was helpless. He was used to his junior sister's wild ideas. The youth was already used to it. Song Tinglu said mysteriously in a low voice, "Junior sister, do you know that an important guest came to our sword pool today? Senior martial brother Li even used his most treasured tea set, and master also accompanied him." The girl did not care about being called junior sister by Song Tinglu today. She only said absent-mindedly, "Then why didn't you accompany him?" The youth curled his lips. "You know that I don't like tea. It's very bland and tasteless. Master promised me that in 2 years, I'll be allowed to drink. When that time comes, I'll definitely drink in big bowls." The girl sneered. "Why don't you just drink from a water vat? Isn't that more heroic?" The youth was speechless. In the past, he could not win an argument with her. Now, he could not even win a fight. The youth was a little depressed. The ignorant youth was far from understanding the matters between men and women. He was still far from understanding the melancholy in his crotch. Just as the youth was sulking, 3 people walked in from outside the pavilion. It was Master Chai Qingshan, senior brother Li Yibai, and a young Taoist in a Taoist robe. Xianxia and Song Tinglu stood up at the same time. The 3 people walked quickly into the pavilion. Chai Qingshan smiled and introduced them to his 2 disciples. "This is little celestial Master Qi of Mount Longhu." Song Tinglu's eyes lit up. He said impatiently, I know. It's little Lu, little ancestor Qi Xianxia." Li Yibai knocked the youth's head with a chestnut and laughed angrily. "Juniors can't call elders by their names." Song Tinglu chuckled. Senior brother Li Yibai's teachings had obviously gone in one ear and out the other. The girl raised her face that had not fully grown and asked naively, "Taoist Qi, if you fought with the king of Baelyang, how many moves could you take?" Chai Qingshan's face was filled with anger when he heard this. He glared fiercely at his silly daughter. Qi Xianxia, who was visiting the Dongyue sword pool on the way, smiled and said, "If it was just a spar, I could take 10 moves or so. However, if it was a life-and-death battle with Su Fengyan, it would only take 1 move." The girl smiled and said, "Taoist Qi, if that's the case, you must be an expert." Qi Xianxia was stunned. He probably could not keep up with the girl's thoughts. Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Song Tinglu could not help but turn his head and roll his eyes. In his junior sister's eyes, As long as no one competed with that guy for the title of #1 in the world, she did not care who was second or third in the world. Chai Qingshan instructed the two children. Tinglu, the two of you go outside the pavilion and practice a set of sword techniques that you are most familiar with. Let Mr. Qi give you pointers. This is a rare opportunity, so cheer up. Song Tinglu was like a newborn calf that was not afraid of a tiger. He rushed out of the pavilion without another word and decisively unsheathed his wooden sword. The tip of the sword glowed, and the sword's momentum was continuous. Sword after sword flowed freely and endlessly. Li Yibai was very pleased. What a good sword, like a dragon. Most importantly, he could feel a vigorous aura from the sword's momentum. This junior brother would definitely become the pillar of the Dongyue sword pool in the future. On the other hand, Xianxia was somewhat sloppy. She picked up the sword that she had personally forged in the Nanhua sword furnace and reluctantly walked out of the pavilion. She followed Song Tinglu's movements. Xianxia observed the young man and woman's sword practice very seriously. He was very focused and did not miss anything. It did not seem like a sword elder who wanted to give pointers to a junior. Instead, it seemed like a junior was learning the sword from a senior. Li Yibai looked at Xianxia and suddenly understood. It was rumored that this person had destroyed his cultivation that he had worked hard to cultivate for more than 20 years in Great Peace City. He wanted to start all over again. Only someone with such great perseverance could look at everything in the world with such a calm attitude. Song Tinglu finished practicing the ape-form sword that was said to have been made by the ancient immortals. He had a smug expression and asked Xianxia, "Taoist Qi, how is my sword technique?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Strength is in strength, weakness is in breath. In the future, when you practice the sword, you cannot just focus on the sword essence and ignore the moves. You should focus on being down to earth and studying the strengths of the swordsmen in the world. You can use the stones of other mountains to improve jade. You must not look down on other swords in the world because of the strong foundation of the Dongyue sword pool. You can expect to reach 2nd grade in 3 years and hope to reach 1st grade in 10 years. If you can concentrate on consolidating the qi in your body, you may have a chance to reach celestial phenomenon." Song Tinglu frowned and said, "Only hope. I thought that reaching celestial phenomenon would be easy." Chai Qingshan laughed angrily and said, "You arrogant child. Don't talk nonsense in front of Sir Qi." Xianxia originally thought that she had escaped a calamity, so she tiptoed with her sword, wanting to slip away. She did not expect the little celestial master of Mount Longhu to laugh and say, "Miss, you clearly have an innate sword embryo that only appears once in 100 years. Why are you squandering your innate talent? There is an ancient saying that says that if you give too much, you will be blamed. If you do not give enough, you will be punished. I hope that you will think carefully about this." The girl in white widened her beautiful eyes that were overflowing with qi and said innocently, "Taoist, don't accuse me wrongly. I am very diligent in practicing the sword. I will learn whatever my master wants me to learn. I never cut corners." Xianxia's words made this mischievous girl speechless. For swordsmen, hard work comes second and heart comes first. The girl in white tilted her head as if she was confused. Chapter 1786. Xianxia smiled knowingly. "I didn't want to say it at first, but I really don't want you to go astray and waste natural resources." The white-clothed girl suddenly raised her voice and said in a panic, "Don't say it, don't say it. I'm scared of you. I'll just practice my sword diligently in the future." Even Chai Qingshan and Li Yibai were confused. Was she trying to trick them? Just as Xianxia had said, she had done everything Chai Qingshan wanted her to do. No matter what sword she practiced, her aura had increased a little. In fact, she had been improving almost every day. However, Xianxia, an outsider who had met her for the first time, could see the clues at a glance. Perhaps it was because Chai Qingshan was a sword Dao grandmaster, or perhaps it was because this celestial master of Mount Longhu was indeed an immortal. Xianxia asked curiously, "Can I know the reason?" The white-clothed girl blushed. "Don't ask. I won't say it." The girl glared at her master and senior brother Li, who were about to get to the bottom of the matter. She said angrily, "I won't say it even if you beat me to death." In short, I'll practice my sword diligently in the future. Xianxia smiled. I was wrong earlier. You should focus on practicing your sword. Qingshan thought for a moment and understood. He felt relieved and frightened at the same time. Li Yibai and Song Tinglu didn't know what was going on, nor did they know why. They were like two outsiders and felt helpless. Song Tinglu, in particular, felt even more wronged. For some reason, after this junior sister walked the martial world, the taller she became, the more distant her heart became. This made the youth feel lost. Was it really like what the peers of the other sects said, that behind every beautiful junior sister stood one or even a few pitiful senior brothers who were full of disappointment? Xianxia stood up and bowed. I'll take my leave now. You don't have to send me off. Qingshan laughed. You don't have to. Just send me to the sect gate. Li Yibai smiled. That's right. Xianxia was stunned and didn't insist. The three of them walked side by side, with Shan Yi and Song Tinglu following behind them. Li Yibai, who was already familiar with Xianxia, asked softly, Are we going back to Mount Longhu next? Everyone knew that Mount Longhu was in trouble both internally and externally. First, the imperial court let Mount Qingqing Taoist Wu Lingsu and Mount Longhu Taoist Mansion jointly rule the world, breaking the situation where only the Taoist Mansion had the surname of the imperial court. Then, the father and son Taoist master ascended together, and Zhao Shituan died mysteriously. None of the older generation of Taoist Mansion survived, especially after the battle outside the Imperial Astronomer's Gate. The king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, hurt the foundation of Mount Longhu. After that, Mr. White Lotus disappeared, leaving only Zhao Ningxin to return to Mount Longhu alone to preside over the overall situation. However, at the same time, the leader of the purple-clothed mountain, Xianyuan Qingfeng, appeared in the neighboring Mount Hui and Mount Wudong, which had been fighting for the Taoist ancestral court for hundreds of years, became more and more popular. In the eyes of outsiders, the several respected Taoist priests of Mount Longhu focused on cultivating the mind instead of cultivating the strength. Coupled with their awkward identities, Mount Longhu's reputation had fallen to the bottom. If Xianxia could return to Mount Longhu to help Zhao Ningxin preside over the overall situation, there was some hope for this Taoist holy land to rise again in the imperial court and Jianghu. However, Xianxia's answer was unexpected. This humble Taoist will first make a trip to Earth Lung Mountain, then directly to Wudong's Little Lotus Peak. I want to see that little Taoist boy called Yufu and find out if he's really that person. This humble Taoist also wants to go to Bailiang to see one of my senior brothers. I want to know why he stayed there. After that, I will return to Mount Longhu to concentrate on cultivation. Qingshan grunted in agreement. That's good too. It just so happens that I also want to make a trip to the Northwest Pass. Sir Qi, when are you leaving? Let me know and we'll go together. Xianxia smiled. All right. Li Yibai was deeply worried. Martial uncle, how can I take on such a great responsibility? Qingshan asked back, why can't you? Xianxia returned to Li Yibai's good friend's previous words. That's exactly right. The white-clothed girl suddenly made a solemn vow. Master, I've thought it through. From today onwards, not only will I focus on practicing the sword, I will also put my heart and soul into forging a sword. I will use this sword wholeheartedly for the rest of my life. I've even thought of a name. Song Tinglu was incomparably curious. What's it called? The white-clothed girl rolled her eyes. I'm not telling you. Qingshan smiled and turned to look at his disciple. With a kind expression, he said, All right, Master will tell that person the name of the new sword that has yet to be forged. The girl shyly said, Master, what are you talking about? I don't understand. The youth was even more confused. Master, junior sister, what are you talking about? I don't understand even more. Li Yibai touched his forehead. What a headache. Xianxia turned to the youth and said meaningfully, It's rare to be confused. It's a blessing not to understand. Actually, the white-clothed girl who didn't understand this sentence said in all seriousness, That's right. Qingshan and the other two laughed at the same time. The youth didn't know what they were laughing about, but when he saw the girl's beautiful smile, he also laughed. Smoke rose into the air in the desert, and the sun set over the long river. The scenery outside the pass was lonely and especially magnificent. In an elegant and quiet courtyard in North Jade City, a young man squatted on the steps and basked in the sun. The warm winter day made people drowsy. A young woman with her eyes closed the entire time was putting winter pickles in the corner of the wall. They were almost piled up into another small wall. The unique sour smell filled the courtyard. The young man was probably afraid that he would fall asleep just like that, so he tried to find a topic to talk about. Chui Hua, what do you think that one fellow is doing now? Is he still going to stick to every pretty girl he sees? The woman who seemed to be blind raised her arm and wiped her sweat. She smiled and said, I don't think so. I'm guessing that he's most likely got married, got a wife, found a job, had a child, and lived a comfortable life like this. She, who had always been known for her reticence, would only speak a little more when she talked about the young wanderer who had met them in Great Peace City and then left Great Peace City. The young man said worriedly, it would be best if this is the case, but he was so miserable when he left Jing. Can it really be so smooth? Also, that brat is someone with a lofty heart. Is he used to the hard life of a commoner? The woman called Chui Hua shook her head and said, I believe him. This time, the young man who was not jealous sighed and said, I'm really cheap. In the past, when that guy called me Wu Liang every day, I was always angry. But after not hearing this bullshit nickname for such a long time, I felt uncomfortable. Thinking about it now, it wasn't much to let that brat rub off your pickled vegetable noodles. I was petty at the time and shouldn't have insulted him so much. She said, what's the point of insulting him? Every time we quarrel, aren't you the only one who is angry? The young man nodded and said, that's true. Then he said angrily, Su Fengyan is good at fighting, when Busheng is good at quarreling. No wonder the two can be brothers. The woman said softly, they are brothers in hardship. The young man unconsciously imitated that when Busheng's signature action and dug at his pants. I'm also slightly depressed. The woman who had her back to him and did not see this scene, but understood, frowned. She complained, don't learn the good, learn the bad. The young man snickered and raised his head to look at the sun. He didn't know where that guy was. Was he also basking in the sun with nothing to do? He muttered to himself, strange, strange. Demon Head Zhu is such a proud freak. Didn't he say that no one other than Dong Tai is a match? He's actually willing to be that Su's hatchet man. I heard that Grandpa Jian also told that guy about his life's work. He wanted that Su guy to help him achieve his wish and practice those 2 or 3 sword moves. Our ancestors said that those sword moves are not the sword of the human world. Even if Ancestor Lu was alive, he might not be able to use them. What's even more infuriating is that Aunt Nailin is already so old, yet she still wants to be surnamed Su every day. I feel ashamed for her. Rouge reviews, 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 so what? How many years has it been? Even if she looks like a 30-year-old woman, so what? Does Aunt Nailin really want to eat young grass? Alas, I'm at my wit's end. Uncle Xie and Baldy Chui aren't any better. Ever since they exchanged pointers with that guy, he's been calling himself the King of Bailiang. My ears are getting calluses. I think if this goes on, these guys will become more Bailiang than the native Bailiang people. The door was suddenly pushed open. A beautiful woman who was gnashing her teeth stood there. She put on a fake smile and said, Oh, little Wu, you're worrying about the country and the people again. Aunt Nailin is very distressed for you. It's just that we know ourselves. We're already old and faded. Don't you feel horrified just by looking at us? The current sword crown of the sword tomb, Wu Luding, grimaced. He quickly got up and smiled apologetically. Aunt Nailin, you're here. Why didn't you knock on the door? Why are you standing at the door? Could it be that the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, is standing there? The woman, whose real name was Nailin Yujin, turned her head and looked at the door. She smiled and said, Prince, please come in. Our Wu family's sword crown has been saying good things about you for a long time. Shouldn't you thank him? Wu Luding rushed into the room and closed the door. I'm not feeling well. I refuse to see any guests. Chui Hua shook her head helplessly. Nalan Yujin smiled knowingly and walked into the courtyard alone. She closed her eyes and sniffed hard. She clicked her tongue and said, "Yes, yes, this is the smell. Aunt has waited bitterly for a year." Cui Hua stopped what she was doing and turned around to look at the woman who had suffered in the Wu family's sword tomb with a smile. She said softly, "Aunt, what's the matter?" Nalan Yujin smiled and said, "Even if it's a big matter, it's better to talk about it with your pickled vegetable noodles." Chapter 1787. Wu Luding gently opened the door and said in a bitter tone, "Aunt Nalan, why are you scaring people? Be careful that I don't let Cui Hua add green onions and fried eggs to your noodles." The woman gave him a coquettish look and joked, "In this family, your words don't count." Wu Luding immediately smiled and ran behind her. "Are your shoulders sore? Do you want to rub them?" The woman laughed and scolded, "Now you know how to flatter? It's too late. You men can take revenge for 10 years, but we women hold grudges for 100 years. While Nalan Yujin was sitting in a chair and patiently waiting for the pickled cabbage noodles, Wu Luding helped her rub her shoulders. "Holding grudges is one thing, but I still have to rub them. My filial piety can be seen by the sun and moon." The young Jian Guan was too familiar with this woman, so he spoke without restraint. He clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Aunt Nalan, your scenery is so magnificent that it's out of control. I can't even see where your legs are. I'm curious. If later that guy surnamed Su suddenly wants to hug you, won't it be very difficult to hug you?" The woman was neither angry nor shy. Instead, she smiled and said, "This flattery is refreshing. Aunt will accept it." Wu Luding said with a mischievous grin, "Aunt Nalan, your shamelessness can be said to have been cultivated for 1,000 years. When I get back, I'll definitely tell that Su fellow that if there comes a day when North Rejecting City is about to fall, I'll have him invite Aunt to the top of the city wall. Then, the northern Mang barbarians can forget about crossing this city wall." The woman gently shook her shoulders and deftly flicked away Wu Liuding's hands. "Brat, get out of my way." Wu Luding pulled a chair and sat beside her. He put away his cynical look and asked seriously, "Aunt, you don't really like that brat, do you? What's so good about him? He's just a little handsome, a little good at martial arts, and a little big title. He's absolutely not good enough for you." Nalan Yujin bent over and knocked on the young man's forehead with her finger. "You can't change your habit of eating shit. How many times have I told you not to joke so seriously? Women in the world are most worried about this kind of man. They are afraid that he is unreliable." Wu Luding maliciously glanced at the beautiful scene of the woman pressing down heavily on the table. Then, he deliberately held the table with a terrified expression. "Auntie, be careful. Don't collapse the table. You have to compensate the surnamed Su." Nalan Yujin turned her head and said with a smile, "Zihua, Wu Luding secretly asked me whether you like him or secretly like Su Fengnian." Wu Luding was really terrified now. He waved his hand and said with a sad face, "Auntie, I'll kneel down for you. Please don't make this kind of joke. Cui Hua really won't talk to me for a whole month." Not long after, Cui Hua walked into the room with 2 bowls of pickled vegetable noodles. One bowl was placed in front of Nalan Yujin and the other bowl was placed in front of Wu Luding. However, she forgot to bring him a pair of chopsticks. Nalan Yujin made a face at Wu Luding who wanted to cry but didn't dare to take the chopsticks. Then, she comfortably ate the noodles and added oil to the fire. Eating noodles with chopsticks is so fragrant. Wu Luding sat on the chair and looked down, not moving at all. When Nalan Yujin almost finished the bowl of noodles, Cui Hua asked, "Are you unhappy because I don't like Su Fengnian?" Wu Luding said firmly, "You can beat me to death." "Oh," she said indifferently. "Go get the chopsticks." Wu Luding was so excited that he almost burst into tears. He ran to get a pair of chopsticks and sat down. He lowered his head and wolfed down the noodles. Nalan Yujin put down her chopsticks and leaned back comfortably against the back of the chair. She sighed and said, "When I was waiting for death in the sword tomb, I wanted to leave that damned place so badly that I almost went crazy. Now that I'm out, I don't know why, but I miss that place where there are only swords. However, although I miss it, I definitely don't want to go back." Wu Luding finished the pickled vegetable noodles and wiped his mouth. He looked like he hadn't had enough. Nailan Yujin said seriously, "There's something that Su Fengyan asked me to tell you too. He changed his mind and doesn't intend to fulfill the oath that the 100 of us made with the Wu family's sword tomb. Instead, he wants us to leave as we wish. If he's afraid that the Wu family will settle accounts later, it's fine. He will make a mess and let those who are willing to leave go to the relatively peaceful gourd mouth of Yuzhou to pick on those soft persimmons. Each of us will kill 100 Beimang barbarians. Then we can go wherever we want. Before I came here, everyone discussed it. Now it's up to you." Wu Luding frowned and said in a deep voice, "Aunt Nailan, do you think he's playing hard to get? Or is he just trying to buy people's hearts?" The woman shook her head and said, "Su Fengyan really intends to do so. I'm sure of this. Of course, the reason why he's so magnanimous isn't entirely because he's doing good deeds. It's because Demon Zhu, sword maniac Helion, and a large group of people have long been determined to stay in Bailiang. After all, each of them has their own goals. They want fame, benefits, benevolence, and justice. Those who really want to leave are only 20 or so people. Maybe the older they get, the more afraid they are of death. Or maybe they miss their hometown too much. They don't want to die outside the pass. They want to die in the most familiar place. I guess Su Fengyan just wants peace of mind. Instead of letting some people reluctantly die in battle with the Bailiang cavalry, it's better to let everyone who stays in the end come to Jianghu willingly and die on the battlefield." Wu Luding sneered and said, "I told you that this guy is the most shrewd businessman in the world. He never makes a losing deal." Nailan Huayu sighed and said, "If he wasn't shrewd, the Beimang barbarians would have already destroyed the family property that Butcher left for him." Wu Luding whispered, "Auntie, you don't really like that guy, do you?" Nailan Huayu stretched out her fingers and lifted the hair on her temples. She shook her head and laughed, "Brat, you're really stupid. How old am I? How old is Su Fengyan?" Wu Luding nodded in agreement and said, "I told you, Auntie won't like that guy." Sui Hua was silent. Nailan Huayu smiled charmingly and said, "That's the matter. What do you two think? No matter what, we're still people of the Wu family's sword tomb. No matter what, we'll listen to you." Wu Luding thought for a while and said, "In that case, let the 20 or so people find an excuse to go to Yuzhou and join the army. But killing 100 people is the bottom line. There's no discussion. As for the other 80 people, they'll stay with me and Suhua in this north-resisting city. Whether they die in battle or wait for death, don't regret it in the future." Nailan Yujin nodded. "Since you said so, I know what to do." "That's good." She stood up and didn't leave the room immediately. Instead, she took a slight detour and walked to Wu Liuding's side. She touched the young man's head and said, "Brat, you've finally grown up. Auntie is very pleased. Auntie also has something to say to you and Suihua. We're outsiders who have entered the sword tomb. After so many years, we know how many people have gone crazy in the Wu family's sword tomb, committed suicide, or went mad. There aren't many normal people left. It's not easy to gather 100 people, but it's already the limit of the Wu family. Your Wu family's ancestor is not without selfishness. In the end, the reason why the Wu family's fortune has been standing for 200 years is because of the Wu family's 9 swords. But now, the 9 swords have become our 100 swords. That's why the 20 or so people are nervous in their hearts. They must ask me, Nailan Yujin, to come here to ask for a valid letter. Otherwise, even if Su Fengyan asks them to leave, they will never dare to leave. Who doesn't know the Wu family's ancestors' methods? We are all afraid from the bottom of our hearts." Wu Luding took a deep breath and said with determination in his eyes, "As a junior, I don't dare to say anything bad about my ancestor. But, Auntie, you can rest assured. Those 20 or so people, my Wu family's sword tomb will treat them as if they have died outside the pass." This sentence is said in front of Auntie, and even in front of the ancestor, it's the same. Every word is a nail, no ambiguity. Nailan Huayu nodded and turned to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned his head and smiled, "Practicing the sword, you can also practice the sword in bed." The corner of Wu Liuding's mouth twitched. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Suihua. She suddenly opened her eyes, gritted her teeth, and squeezed out word by word from her teeth. Want to practice the sword? Get the hell out of here. Wu Luding subconsciously picked up the chopsticks and pulled the noodles in the empty bowl. She closed her eyes, and when he lowered his head, the corner of her mouth curled up. Then she heard Wu Luding say something inexplicable. Cui Hua, it's not that I can't accept that Auntie Nailin likes Su Fengyan, but I don't want Su Fengyan to be the only one who doesn't like her. Cui Hua didn't know what to say, so she could only say, I'm listening. Finally, Wu Luding said something unlucky. Su Hua, I said you can't be angry, but even if you are angry, I have to say it this time. If one day in the future, both of us are destined to die on the battlefield, I must die before you, because if I see you die before me, I will feel worse than death. Cui Hua thought for a moment and said slowly, actually, it's nothing because if I die first, I will also wait for you on the road to the underworld. I will wait for you to follow me, so you don't have to be sad. But if I die first and you die too late, I will be really angry. Wu Liuding's eyes were moist, and he held Cui Hua's hand. Cui Hua tilted her head and asked, You want to die now? Wu Luding shook his head, but this time, he didn't let go of her hand. And this time, she didn't break free. You are called Cui Hua, and I am called Luding. 6 big cauldrons, how many pounds of pickled cabbage can they hold? So, the two of us are the best match in the world. Even Nailin Yujin, who was close to them in the sword tomb, didn't know that Sword Crown Wu Luding and Sword Attendant Cui Hua were actually born on the same day, month, and day. Even the time was almost the same. Chapter 1788. But presumably, the entire Wu family sword tomb believed that these two people, regardless of whether they were young now or old in the future, would die at the same time. Many years later, many years after the Great Battle of Liangmang, a white-haired old man lay on a sickbed. When the oil in his lamp ran out, he could no longer open his eyes. He could only mumble, Cui Hua, I want to eat pickled vegetables again. The old woman who sat at the head of the bed and gently held his hand, leaning over his ear with difficulty. In reality, she could no longer hear clearly, but she knew what he was saying. So she said gently, We don't have any more pickled vegetables at home, but when we get underground, I'll make some for you. He was dead. She was also dead. There was no deeper love in the world than this. A travel-worn man first traveled from the border between western Shu and southern Zhao, all the way north to the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Then he hurried to North Resisting City. He had no choice but to go to Qingcang City in Liuzhou. Finally, he went straight to Linyao military town, which was even closer to the western regions. Only then did he finally find his fellow disciple who was carrying a wicker basket and picking up cow dung. Looking at his 4th junior apprentice brother who was much older than him, the young man heard the general story. He held back his laughter and said, It's really been hard on you. Even my legs feel like jelly when I hear about the trekking of mountains and rivers. This inarticulate man who had taken countless wrong paths was Lu Huang of Martial Emperor City, who had escorted the Yen sisters out of the western region. He looked at his eldest senior brother, Groom Yu, and asked, Why have you come to northern Liang? Yu Groom hesitated for a moment, but he still decided to be honest. I might disappoint you if I tell you the truth, but I didn't come here for revenge. At that time, I went to Liaodong with Green-Robed Man, and for some reason I wanted to come to the northwest to take a look. I probably didn't believe that the northern Liang cavalry was the best in the world. Of course, I also had the intention to vent some of my anger on behalf of the Central Plains. The target of this anger is both the northern Mang and northern Liang. There's no need to say much about the northern Mang barbarians. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions applies to both the grasslands and the Central Plains. 1,000 years ago, it was a dead knot that couldn't be untied. As for Bailiang, I also have some resentment. Why do you think only your Bailiang frontier army can guard the country's gate? We Jianghu people are not necessarily inferior. Unexpectedly, Lu Huang, who was originally the most stubborn of the same sect, did not get angry. He only nodded. Yu Groom smiled and asked, You're not going to scold me? Lu Huang said in a low muffled voice, I used to scold people, but not now. I've met Su Fengyan. What he said made sense. Who is our master? Why does he need a bunch of good-for-nothing disciples like us to avenge him? We will be laughed at by our master in heaven. Besides, Su Fengnian also said that our master only wanted to lose. It's not that Su Fengnian really won. I still don't understand. It's similar to what master said about Li Chungang. I'm afraid this is where I'm not as good as you, senior apprentice brother. I can't let go of what I should let go of. I don't know how to pick up what I should pick up. I can't understand it in this lifetime. In the end, I even threw away my sword. I don't even have the courage to find it back. Yu Groom was silent. Lu Huang pulled the corner of his mouth and said bitterly, I carried master's body to Mount Kunlun and buried it at the top of a mountain. You can go and pay your respects when you have the chance. I'll lead the way. Yu Groom sighed. Fourth junior apprentice brother, you've changed a lot. Lu Huang did not deny, it's not a good thing. Maybe I won't even have the heart to practice martial arts in the future. If there really is such a day, senior apprentice brother, I hope you can treat it as if Martial Emperor City never had such a person as Lu Huang. Yu Groom smiled, I don't like to hear that. Lu Huang said self-deprecatingly, I'm not good at saying nice things. Yu Groom carried a wicker basket and brought Lu Huang. The two martial arts masters walked and stopped on the grassland outside Lin Yao military town. Yu Groom did not speak and Lu Huang was a taciturn person. The two of them walked in silence. As the disciples of Martial Emperor City's castellan Wang Xinji, they should have the deepest understanding of Jianghu. Before Su Fengnian appeared, the Central Plains had already recognized that the Jianghu they lived in was unprecedentedly grand. Compared to Gao Shulu and Lu Songtao's era, although their teacher Wang Xinji also won for 60 years, people like Chao Chongqing, Dong Tai, Gu Jiantang, the white-robed monk Li Dongxin and the sickly tiger Yang Taisui, these people from the three sects did not have all their glory stolen by Wang Xinji. Each of them had their own style and shone brightly. Therefore, it could be said that the Jianghu of Liang met with a fruitful year. But if one counted with their fingers those outstanding martial grandmasters, especially after Chao Chongqing died outside Tian City, all the Jianghu people would probably sigh. In just 5 or 6 years, so many grandmasters had died in Liang. Jian Jiehuang died outside Wu City, the world's 11th Wang Mingyin died outside Xiangfan City, the invincible Wang Xinji died in Beiliang, the Catman Han Shengxian died outside Shenwu City, the Dongyue sword Pool Song Yanqing died, Yang Taisui died outside Xiu Pass, Li Chungang who returned to the land of immortals died after Wanli Baro sword, Lu Songtao who returned to the Jianghu after 100 years died on Guangling River, Wudong's sword maniac Wang Xiaoping died on the way to the river, Xianyuan Jingqing and Xianyuan Dandan both died in their own great snow plains, the number 1 general of Nanjiang, Wang Tongshan, died on the battlefield, the Dragon Tree monk died outside Beimang's Gate of Heaven, Qi Jiajie died in Fuxia town at the foot of Mount Wudong, the gatekeeper of Tian City, Lu Haoshi, died outside that city, Wudong's Hong Shixiang reincarnated, the father and son of Mount Longhu ascended together. While sighing softly, he also felt a little fortunate. Because when the older generation was withering, looking back, the Liyang River Lake was still filled with new experts. Among them, Su Fengnian was the leader of the group and fought against Wang Xinji. In the Great Peace City, he fought against 2 people. In the western region, he fought against Tuoba for thousands of miles. It could be said that the young vassal king had fought against all the great masters of the present age. Groom Yu stopped and his shoulders shook as if he was weighing the weight of the cow dung in the wicker basket on his back. He then turned to Lu Huang and said, Actually, I know that among the few of us, you are the most scheming. Among the martial brothers, you and I are the most pure in sword training and do not involve ourselves in other things. Therefore, you have always been comparing yourself with me. Probably in your eyes, Master is a huge mountain that is too tall and almost insurmountable. As for me, I am a small mountain of that huge mountain. Only when you have stepped over that mountain would you have the qualifications to challenge Master. Just like Jian Jiehuang and the other people of the Jianghu, they climbed up the martial emperor city with the identity of a challenger. Therefore, you gave up on the sword intent and focused on the sword art. You did not hesitate to walk with a limp on the sword Dao just to be able to suppress me. Lu Huang didn't deny or admit it. Groom Yu shifted his line of sight and looked at the boundless yellow sand of the desert. He smiled and said, "However, after I walked out of the martial emperor's city, I realized one thing. If Master didn't leave the Eastern Sea and we didn't leave the martial emperor's city, then we would have to live in Master's shadow for the rest of our lives." Coincidentally, this was an ending that Master didn't want to see. Master hoped that each of us would achieve something. He hoped that my sword intent wouldn't be weaker than Li Chuangong's. He hoped that Lu Huang's sword art would be comparable to Dong Tai's. He hoped that Gong Ke would be able to become a great master by gathering the strengths of various sections. Fourth junior brother, Master didn't ask for anything in return for the teachings that he taught us. Since we are swordsmen, then we have to respect the 3-foot sword in our hands. We shouldn't have a guilty conscience because our opponents are invincible, and we shouldn't have doubts because the sword Dao is difficult. Speaking until here, Groom Yu smiled and asked, "Do you know which swordsman I admire the most in the past 100 years?" Lu Huang shook his head. Chapter 1789. Groom Yu smiled happily. "Wang Xiaoping, Wudong sword maniac Wang Xiaoping. In my heart, Wang Xiaoping used Shen Shu to block our master's footsteps in the battle of blocking the river. Wang Xiaoping's sword after death was the voice of all the swordsmen in the world." Lu Huang frowned. He didn't understand why the proud senior brother Yu Groom would fall in love with a loser's swordsmanship. Groom Yu looked fascinated and said softly, "People can die, but swords can break. People and swords can't retreat." Lu Huang clearly felt that when Groom Yu said these words, his aura suddenly soared, just like the tide at the top of the martial emperor city. It gradually rose and finally surged with the power of the world. Groom Yu's aura disappeared in an instant. He regained his calmness and said seriously, "We shouldn't always think about being the best in the world. If the cultivators of Taoism only look at Ancestor Lu, the martial artists only think about defeating our master, and the swordsmen all try to surpass Li Chungang, then what is the meaning of life? Of course, we can have such thoughts, but we can't be the only one. If our obsession is too deep, we won't be able to see the beauty of the world." Lu Huang sighed. "My sword heart is pure, I won't lose to you. My sword heart is deep, I'm not as good as you." Groom Yu smiled. "You're wrong." Lu Huang was curious. Groom Yu stretched out a finger and shook it. "You're the one who's not as good as me." Lu Huang was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Groom Yu suddenly looked to the north. North was Beimang's southern dynasty with millions of cavalry. The young man smiled gently. "Junior brother, you're already in your 40s, when are you going to find a wife?" Lu Huang followed his gaze and looked to the north. He rarely joked, "I'm also worried." Groom Yu was silent for a moment and said, "It's strange. Master is willing to give the greatest kindness to the people of Liang Jianghu. No matter who comes to the city to challenge him, he will be the whetstone to sharpen his martial arts. Master doesn't care about it and is happy to see it. Only Beimang Jianghu has never shown any kindness. Even Tuoba looked down on him. Therefore, I thought that one day I will fight with Bodhisattva Tuoba and let him know one thing. My master looks down on you, Bodhisattva Tuoba. You have no choice but to accept it." Lu Huang said somewhat helplessly, "So you came to the northwest to pick up cow dung?" Groom Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "Fourth junior brother, you don't know, but this place is vast, with thousands of stars like candles. Even the artistic conception will be different if you poop in this place." Lu Huang sighed. "After you left the city, you have changed a lot." Yu dismissed it with a laugh. Lu Huang smiled, "But I like it." The bridegroom Yu in the past was extremely talented. He was once called Li Chungang by his master, Wang Xinji. He was handsome and elegant. Which woman in the martial emperor's city did not admire him? But at that time, Lu Huang was never close to the groom. Lu Huang still liked the guy in front of him who carried a wicker basket and spoke vulgarly. Therefore, Lu Huang coldly snorted, "Although my sword Dao is not as good as yours, when it comes to killing people on the battlefield, you may not be able to beat me." Yu said carelessly, "Then let's compete when the time comes?" Lu Huang smiled, "Let's make it clear first. If you surrender, you lose half of the battle." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They didn't need to say anything. Lu Huang suddenly said, after I escorted a pair of sisters to Western Shu, on the way back, I accidentally met 4 people. I only know the name of that Nanzhao number 1, Wei Miao. There was a middle-aged man with the surname Qi. He carried a sword case and his sword aura was quite heavy. There was also a young man and woman. The woman carried a guqin and should not be underestimated. However, the young man seemed ordinary. Yu Groom said softly, I also heard that Lin Hongyuan, Ji Lu, and Cheng Baishuang came from Nanjiang's Dragon Palace. There was also a master of knife skills, Mao Shulang. The Central Plains is full of storms in the northwest. Lu Huang smiled, it's really lively. On Mount Wudong, an old Taoist named Yu Xingrui went down the mountain with a sword on his back. The chief Li Yufu and the little Taoist boy Yu Fu sent him off to the memorial arch of Wudong Dangxing. In a dilapidated ancient city that had appeared in countless poems, there was a person in white sitting on the low wall where foxes and rabbits roamed. In the sunset she was Luo Yang. She was looking at the former capital of Daqin, Luo Yang City. Once missed, you will miss it forever. Suddenly, another person in white appeared behind her. The woman was tall. Luo Yang did not turn her head. She said softly, Tandai Pingjing, don't be like me. Moreover, it wouldn't be long before there would be no such thing as a next life. Therefore, some things would be settled in this life. If there was someone you liked, you could openly say that you liked her. If there is someone you owe, say sorry. Tantai Pingjing asked, are you waiting for someone? Luo Yang lifted the flagon and drank a mouthful of liquor. This time, I'm afraid that I can't wait. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and said, in fact, the person you liked 800 years ago is no longer in this world. Why are you waiting in the world? Luo Yang narrowed her eyes and smiled intoxicatingly, because in this life, I suddenly found that the person I like is actually in the world. If I can, I will like him for the next 800 years. Tantai Pingjing wanted to say something but stopped. Luo Yang stood up slowly and threw the wine flask to the Qi Refinement Warrior Grandmaster. He smiled and said, I can give you the wine, but I will not give my man to you. I will not give it to anyone. Tantai Pingjing originally wanted to fight. At the very least, she should say some harsh words to save her face. But somehow, in front of this domineering woman, Tantai Pingjing couldn't say anything. Luo Yang looked around, as if she wanted to take a good look at this city for the last time. This ancient city was named after her by the great Qin dynasty's emperor. She smiled and said to herself, what North Rejector City? Luoyang City sounds so nice. When I reach the border, you can change your name. Tantai Pingjing felt strange. He's willing to listen to you? Luo Yang asked, does he dare not to listen? Tantai Pingjing was speechless. That day, outside North Rejector City, Beimang staked everything on one throw. 400,000 cavalrymen pressed the border. Su Fengnian, who was wearing a king's robe, rushed down the city wall alone with a cold saber at his waist. Jiang and I, who was wearing a white dress, climbed up the city wall and placed the red sandalwood sword case under the war drum. After taking a deep breath, she picked up the drumsticks with both hands and started to beat the drum. When the first Beimang war drums sounded between heaven and earth. Outside the city, Su Fengnian stood alone in front of the northern Mang army. His sideburns fluttered in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered in the wind, making him look like a celestial being. A figure landed on the battlefield like a meteor. A middle-aged man, who was standing on the left side of Su Fengnian, had his hands behind his back and an ordinary iron sword at his waist. He said, Dong Tai is here. Amidst the drumming, another figure plummeted down and stood to Su Fengnian's right. She only said her name loudly, Luoyang. A man wielding a spear descended from the sky and landed heavily on the battlefield. He shouted, Su Yanbing of Northern Liang. A woman in a purple dress jumped down and said coldly, Mount Hui Snow Meadow, Xianyuan Qingfeng. A blood-red robe flew down. Su Ying. War drum after war drum. Meteor after meteor fell. They lined up on the left and right sides of the young king. Suaxia Valley. Dongyue Sword Pool Chai Qingshan. Wudong Yu Xingrui. Wu Family Sword Tum Wu Luding. Sword Servant Sui Hua. Shui Song Official Shui Song. Dragon Tiger Mountain Qi Xianxia. Martial Emperor City Yu Groom. Lu Huang. Dragon Palace Qingbai Shuang. Nanjiang Mao Shu Lang. Nanzhao Wei Miao. On the line between Beimang's cavalry and North Jebei City, 18 people, 18 martial arts masters, gathered outside North Jebei City. This had not happened in the past 1,000 years, and it would not happen in the next 1,000 years. What was invincible in the world? This was it. The sound of the Beimang cavalry's hooves and war drums sounded so heroic. Outside the Northwest Pass, in front of the army, those people announcing their names one after another, how could they not show off the style of the Central Plains? Jiang and I beat the drum like thunder and shouted, "Kill!" She was as elegant as the king of Beimang's concubine, Wu Su. Su Fengyan held his cold sword and said, "Kill!" Almost at the same time, all the masters on the line said the word "kill." They wanted to fight against 400,000 cavalry with 18 people. Chapter 1790. When the 8,000 Dongjue private cavalry moved according to the agreement, they were shocked to find that less than a tenth of their horse stables were left. Only Yelu Chukai and Lin Fu were left, and there were 20 to 30 cavalry at their sides. It could be said to be extremely tragic. From this point on, Beimang entered an awkward situation where all of their elite horse stables were dead, while the other side still had hundreds of Bailiang crossbowmen. This meant that in this Dragon Eye Scout battle, both sides had calculated everything. Unfortunately, Bailiang was still a level higher. When the commander of the 8,000 cavalry, Agudam, saw this scene, he was angry out of humiliation, but also a bit nervous. His Majesty the Emperor had declared that he would wipe out all of the Bailiang crossbowmen, yet the outcome was so unexpected. Like this, if he dared to let go of a fish that escaped the net today, he might not be able to bear the consequences. This valiant cavalry general, whose name symbolized vastness on the grasslands, roared angrily. He had those black crows and black foxes slide past the edge of his cavalry formation, and then began to chase after those Beimang crossbowmen who turned their horses around at almost the same time. If it was a normal battle between the grassland's main light cavalry and Bailiang's crossbowmen, no matter how great the disparity in numbers was, relying on the crossbowmen's Bailiang horses, it would be extremely difficult to intercept and kill. However, today, the crossbowman could be said to be truly an arrow at the end of its flight. Their crossbows had no arrows, and their horses were tired. They had long pulled out their blades to kill the enemy. As such, these last seeds of crossbowmen who had penetrated deep into the Dragon Eye's hinterland, in front of the 8,000 cavalry who were full of vigor, were not something that they could escape just because they wanted to. Agudamu set up a giant oxhorn bow that didn't conform to the northern Mang cavalry structure, adjusting his breathing and aim while riding on the continuously rising and falling horseback. The bow was pulled back like a full moon, and with a pring noise, the arrow's momentum was like rushing thunder, shooting through the back of a wandering crossbowman. The force behind the arrow was ferocious, to the extent where not only did the entire arrow pass through his body, it also almost struck a second rider's back. Agudamu, who still hadn't had his fill, smacked his lips, trying to find a certain young face among the wandering crossbowmen. With a loud and sinister laugh, he said, "Boys, whoever can cut off the head of the wandering crossbowman Captain Li Hanlin, this old one will immediately make him a 1,000-man commander." The sound of horse hooves, dust flew into the air, and the laughter of the grassland cavalry whistled through the air. As the number 1 cavalry commander under Dongjue's command, even though his status wasn't as high as the other 2 Dongjue infantry commanders, after hanging out with Fatty Dong, who used to be the great king of the southern courtyard for a long time, Agudamu, who came from an ordinary background, was promoted to a commander after accumulating battle contributions. He had also seen many great scenes, to the extent where he even had the fortune to meet the emperor in the king's tent. When that seemingly amiable old woman heard his name, she, who was in a rather good mood, even cracked a joke, saying that this name was good, that he was blessed with good fortune, that northern Mang would definitely be able to seize a vast territory with his name. Agudamu took this as an honor and was determined to one day ride his horse to the banks of the Guangling River and follow his benefactor, Dongjue, to open up new territory so that his children and grandchildren could freely ride their horses in the rich Jiangnan of the Central Plains. He was bound to make those generations of scholars tremble in fear under the hooves of grassland horses. Although Agudamu's attitude was domineering and he had entered a great situation where he could pick up the heads of the enemies wherever he went, this rough man was far from being as relaxed as he appeared on the surface. Not only did he order half of the cavalry not to charge with all their might, he also sent out 2 groups of 1,000 cavalry to spread out on the flanks in case Bailiang still had a backup plan. Although this possibility was not high, after all, under the premise that Baimang's million-man army was pressuring the border for the second time, especially since Hutu City had already lost its strategic importance. Under normal circumstances, Bailiang's defensive line should have shrunk. It had to be known that in the first great battle of Liangmang, not a single soldier from Bailiang had entered the Longyan Plains. Now, they should not have come here to seek their own deaths. However, as one of the main generals of the Dong family army, the battle that made Agudamu famous was when he followed Dong Zhuo in the early years to fight a series of elusive raids. At the time, he had beaten the Liang army, which had the advantage at the time, to the point that they were unable to make ends meet. This directly led to Liang annexing the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn, when their momentum was at its peak, to the failure of the first battle outside the Great Pass where they almost broke through the Baimang court like a hot knife through butter. Dong Zhuo, with the strength of 1 man and 1 army, turned the tide. From then on, he was seen as the most handsome eagle by the people of the grassland and had a meteoric rise in the southern court. Therefore, Agudamu, who had been influenced by what he saw and heard, knew better than any other Norland general the principle that all was fair in war. When Li Hanlin saw Baimang's 8,000 cavalrymen turn around and retreat without any hesitation, Wei Mushing, who had been leading a group of crossbowmen and patiently watching from the sidelines, knew that it was finally time for him to go all out and kill the enemy. If he didn't fight now, when would he? When he brushed shoulders with Li Hanlin, who was covered in blood, Wei Mushing didn't say anything. He clasped his hands together and saluted him on horseback. As for the young lieutenant whose helmet was nowhere to be found, he only responded with a smile and didn't say anything. This young military general, whose reputation had soared to the point where even the northern Mang Empress had personally mentioned him, had messy hair, congealed blood, and mixed with a lot of yellow sand. The iron armor he wore was even filled with blade scars of varying depths. This young man, who had always been called the most handsome White Horse Lieutenant by his subordinates outside Liangzhou's 3 White Horse crossbowmen, had always been called the most handsome White Horse Lieutenant in history. He had always been called Sun Ji and Wei Mushing, but even if both of them were put together, they still couldn't compare to him. And this young cavalry general, who had once been notorious in his hometown, suddenly turned around and looked at Wei Mushing's back. He shouted, "Old Wei, if you can't hold on, then run with me. Don't fight to the death. Don't King die." Wei Mushing didn't turn around. It was as if he didn't hear, or as if he heard but didn't want to reply. This lieutenant was only leading the troops to bring up the rear. It wasn't only to allow Li Hanlin's troops to leave the battlefield, it was also to buy time for Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry to rush to the battlefield. Wei Mushing and the 300 cavalry under his command were valiant and fearless in stopping the momentum of the Baimang cavalry's charge. The cavalry of Baimang that had truly entered the battlefield was still around 3,000. And Dong Zhuo's private army had always been the strongest in terms of military strength in Baimang's southern border army. Therefore, in this battle, no matter how brave and skilled Wei Mushing's troops were, it was still like trying to put out a burning cart with a cup of water. It was just that when Wei Mushing led his personal crossbowmen into the enemy cavalry formation, not hesitating to use 300 cavalry to disrupt the formation of 3,000 cavalry, even some of the slow-witted Baimang cavalry generals realized that something was wrong. The logical action of bringing up the rear should be to fight as they retreated, using the slow deaths of a few cavalry to buy a chance for the army to survive. It shouldn't be such a crazy and suicidal attitude. After Agudamu chopped off the head of a crossbowman, he casually slanted his blade and sliced off the entire shoulder of another crossbowman. He couldn't hide his fear as he roared, "Pass down the order. Have the cavalry on the 2 wings send out scouts to scout the situation." 5 li, they have to run at least 5 li. These King Bailiang barbarians definitely have reinforcements. Central Army, slow down. After finishing off these 300 cavalry, quickly reorganize the formation. Just as Agudamu realized that something was amiss and came up with a countermeasure, he realized that he was still too late. Chapter 1791. It was not that the Dong family's 8,000 cavalry did not have a crow's nest, it was just that there were not many of them. Most of them had followed Yelu Chukai to participate in the hunt. Furthermore, Agudamu also believed that in the hinterland of the Long Yen Plains, even if the Bailiang light cavalry of Luya and Fuling came to set up an ambush, they would not be able to do it quietly, nor would they be able to let their own scouts slip past them. However, this accomplished generals would not be able to guess that the reinforcements from Bailiang were the White Feather Guards, who were famous for their speed in battle. In the first battle of Liang Mang, Baimang's Chang cavalry was seen as the most similar existence to that light cavalry. Unfortunately, the Chang cavalry encountered the Dragon Elephant cavalry without warning and completely lost the ability to maneuver. Thus, they were lost in a battle of attrition. Even the Emperor of Baimang was heartbroken afterwards, thinking that not only did they lose 10,000 soldiers at the border, they also lost the most precious fighting force to counter the White Feather cavalry in the future. Lin Fu and Yelu Chukai stopped their horses behind the 8,000 cavalry and finally had a chance to catch their breath. The two looked up and saw that the dust in the distance was gradually rising. They were both experienced cavalry generals, and roughly estimated that there were at least 8,000 cavalry. Lin Fu hastily bandaged the wound on his cheek, his words were unclear, and his eyes were gloomy. These lunatics, they really dare to fight to the death. With the help of his retainer, Yelu Chukai had already pulled out the arrow nailed into his armor. His face was indifferent as he said, "Although I don't know which Bailiang cavalry it is, since they dared to come here, they must not be weak. General Lin, what do you say next? In any case, I will not leave. These 8,000 cavalry are all of my brother-in-law's cavalry. If they are lost here today, he will be heartbroken, and I will not have the face to see him." Lin Fu's expression was uncertain. He turned his head and looked at the few black fox bars that could be counted on one hand. In the end, he said, "Both sides have 10,000 men fighting each other. If I die, it will not change the course of the battle. General Lu's 20 years of hard work will all be wasted. Lin Fu, this person who made the arrangements at Liangmang's border affect everything. Or perhaps it could be said that he was the main culprit behind the complete annihilation of Northern Mang's most elite Ma Lanzi army, said in self-mockery, "Once I leave, General Yelu should know that this is even worse than dying in a grand battle on the Dragon Eye Plains." Yelu Chukai nodded and said, "If you die like this, His Majesty can't find someone to behead you. He can only vent his anger on General Lu." Lin Fu suddenly ignored the stinging pain in his wound and his expression became ferocious. If that old turtle Murong Baoding is willing to boldly send out his troops, together with Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry, it will be a great military achievement. Yelu Chukai sighed with emotion. Our Baimang's territory is too vast, and we have too many soldiers. Unfortunately, in this way there are many mountains and the forces are intertwined. In the end, we are not as united as the Bailiang. Lin Fu sighed and left the battlefield. After the dozen or so cavalry had galloped for 30 li, Lin Fu suddenly saw a pleasant surprise. He urged his horse forward and soon saw an unexpected but reasonable person. The leader of the Ruren cavalry, the #1 martial arts master of the chess and sword music school, Hong Jingyan, who was born with a vision. Lin Fu rode his horse to Hong Jingyan's side and laughed heartily. "General Hong, you are willing to send out your troops this time. The heavens are helping our grassland. Bailiang has more than 10,000 cavalry that have already reached the heart of the Dragon Eye Plains. General Hong will definitely not return empty-handed." Unexpectedly, Hong Jingyan sneered. "It's true that we won't return empty-handed, but it's hard to say whether we'll be collecting military achievements or collecting corpses. Do you really think that Bailiang only has the courage to send 10,000 cavalry into the Dragon Eye Plains?" Lin Fu was stunned and then shocked. He was still unwilling to give up and said through gritted teeth, "General Hong, have you persuaded Murong Baoding to send out his troops as well?" If he enters the Dragon Eye Plains, no matter how many backup plans Bailiang has, they will not be able to escape death. Hong Jingyan gave a strange smile and did not comment. He led the 6,000 Ruran Iron Cavalry to the battlefield. At the same time, compared to Yuan Nanting's 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry, the Iron Stupa had actually left earlier. This elite cavalry of Liangzhou was between heavy cavalry and light cavalry. The general leading them was one of Su Zhao's adopted sons, Qi Dangua. Dressed in heavy armor, Qi Dangua took the lead. Since ancient times, when a general went to war, there would always be a banner behind him. The banner bearers were all fierce generals in the army. Thus, they were known as the banner bearers who had the most strength. Bailiang cavalry was the best in the world. If one counted from the time Su Shao led 800 old soldiers out of Liaodong, the well-known banner bearer, Wang Jian, who was known as the enemy of 10,000 people, died at the gates of Quebec. Chen Qiong died in the Battle of Jinliao. This person had another identity. He was the father of the king of Shu, Chen Jibao. These two died on the battlefield without even seeing the shadow of a marquis or general. After that, Wang Linquan returned to his hometown and became the richest man in Qingzhou. Now he was the father-in-law of the new king of Liang. It could be said that he had a good ending. Next was Qi Dangua. After entering Bailiang, his official position was not prominent. He was only a rank 4 military officer. This time, when Qi Dangua requested to lead the Iron Stupas to attack the Dragon Eye Plains, no one in the northern Liang Protectorate from top to bottom was willing to agree. This was especially true of Chu Lushan. Even the commander of the cavalry, Yuan Zuozong, upon hearing this news, urgently wrote a letter to the Protectorate, requesting that Chu Lushan absolutely not allow Qi Dangua to lead his troops into battle. The 6,000 Iron Buddhas were not good at long-distance raids, and the Qingyuan military town, which was connected to the west gate of Liangzhou and Liuzhou, needed an elite cavalry to guard it, and the Qidong state needed to appear in the biggest battlefield in the future. Qi Dangua understood all of these reasons. However, he who had missed the first battle of Liangmang felt that he had let down his adoptive father. He had let down the respected woman who beat the drum at the West Wall. He had let down Mr. Li, who had exhausted himself in the tide-listening pavilion, and he had let down his adoptive father's eldest son. Among Su Zhao's 6 adoptive sons, the 2 who had been sentenced to death seemed to be the closest to Su Shao Royal Highness. Chu Lushan was the most flattering and optimistic about his Royal Highness. Chen Jibao and Yuan Zuozong had always looked on coldly. Qi Dangua was the only one who didn't talk much with that young man and didn't interact much. However, he loved that child from the bottom of his heart. Even though that young man became more and more promising, and even became a martial arts grandmaster that Qi Dangua could only look at from afar, in Qi Dangua's heart, he always felt that that child needed his care. Over the years, Su Fengnian had become more and more mature and had attracted more and more attention. However, while Qi Dangua was proud, he was also a little disappointed. When he drank alone, he felt more and more that he was old and useless. That year, when he heard that His Royal Highness had returned to Liangzhou after 3 years of traveling, it was he, Qi Dangua, who led the cavalry out of the city to welcome him. Qi Dangua resolutely led his army to the Longyan Plains. Behind him were 6,000 Tai Futu soldiers from the Manjia camp, one of the old barracks. 6 lieutenants and more than 20 Due in the army, all of the Tai Futu soldiers, from top to bottom, were willing to fight to the death. The Manjia camp was now fully equipped with armor and weapons. It did not lose to the 10,000 Great Snow Dragon cavalry. However, a long time ago, it was not fully equipped. At the very beginning, Su Zhao's army was often lacking in provisions and soldiers. It was a dream to equip a battalion with armor. It could be said that the Manjia camp was an old battalion that Su Zhao had placed too much hope in Indiana. Before Qi Dangua left, he left a letter in the military tent. "I can die after my adoptive father, but I will not die after His Royal Highness." For some reason, at the end of the letter, Qi Dangua still referred to the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, who had already won the respect of both sides of Liangmang, as His Royal Highness. When Qi Dangua could already see the smoke rising from the distant battlefield, this fierce general of Bailiang suddenly turned his head and shouted, "Everyone, Iron Buddhas, originally had the Manjia camp. Now that I have the Manjia camp, what should we do? The 6,000 cavalry roared in unison, "Fight to the death!" Approaching the battlefield, Qi Dengwa shouted, "Raise your spears!" The yellow sand of the desert, the clanging of armor. The Manjia camp was fully equipped. Chapter 1792. Before Bailiang's white horse crossbowman Captain Wei Mushing died in battle, he didn't get to see Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry arrive with his own eyes. However, his unwavering determination won Yuan Nanting's cavalry an unimaginable advantage. This was because when two cavalry armies were of equal strength, the one who made the first move would usually win. Liang Mang and Wei Mushing had been fighting on the border for almost 20 years. They knew each other well. The grassland cavalry was most adept at hunting and feinting. They had once wiped out a total of 200,000 elite cavalry at the border during the last years of the Dafeng dynasty in 2 battles. However, now that they were up against the Bailiang cavalry that could be said to be the best in Liang in terms of war horses, weapons, and battle formations, the Baimang cavalry didn't dare to pay the price of loosening their formation in an attempt to tear apart the enemy's great formation. They then successfully divided the battlefield and formed an overwhelming advantage in many areas before wantonly nibbling away. It should be known that this wasn't a battle between nomads and farmers in the ordinary sense. It wasn't like the Central Plains army could only rely on tall cities or heavy armored infantry formations to resist the grassland cavalry that came and went like the wind. This was a true battle of cavalry against cavalry. This was why Baimang had viewed Bailiang as a major threat for the past 20 years, to the extent that the Taiping Emperor insisted on taking down Bailiang first before swallowing up the Central Plains. One of the words of this imperial preceptor of Baimang was widely spread: "As long as you grit your teeth and take down the 4 prefectures of Bailiang, the 30 prefectures of the Central Plains would be as easy as turning your hand." Yuan Nanting's 10,000 white feather light cavalry suddenly appeared from the flank of Dongzhuo's private cavalry, spreading out an extremely long front line. Bailiang cavalry had a habit of using heavy crossbows and light feathered arrows. However, this white feather guard could be said to be an exception. Every one of them carried a quiver with white feathers inserted into it, and they were long bows on horseback. Years ago, when the old emperor of Liang traveled to Bailiang's border, the cavalry that Butcher Su Shao led had participated in the martial arts training with the White Feather Guard. It was said that when the old emperor raised his head and saw the sky full of white-feathered arrows shooting towards the north, he sighed from the bottom of his heart, "I never thought that I would be able to experience the scene of snow in the middle of summer. How magnificent!" The commander of the Dong family's private cavalry, Agudamu, galloped on his horse, roaring repeatedly as he gave out orders, one after another. However, the number of Baimang cavalry that could truly achieve this could be counted on one's fingers. The reason why Lu Gue was able to be highly regarded by the Baimang Empress and earn the reputation of being half of Su Shao was because Lu Gue's cavalry was the most meticulous in battle, and it was the most similar to Bailiang's cavalry. Therefore, they would definitely win a battle, and even if they lost, they would definitely not lose a great battle. Other than Lu Gue's cavalry, Dongzhuo's infantry and Helian Wu's Shiha army could also be considered too. As for Dongzhuo's cavalry, it was enough to make the knowledgeable people of Baimang wring their hands and sigh. Due to their outstanding military achievements, they were later restricted by the nobles of the Baimang royal court, to the extent that they had no choice but to deliberately suppress the number of cavalry to around 10,000. The reason why Huang Songpu quietly left his post seemed to be due to the series of unsuccessful battles in the tiled gentleman's pavilion, but it might not necessarily have nothing to do with the bold and decisive reform of the Southern Court's cavalry. The Baimang Prairie's Puritans and the Southern Court's elders and tycoons all viewed him as having ulterior motives and recklessly tampering with the foundation of his ancestors. On the other hand, the newly appointed Xia Zhemo, Zhong Tan, did not receive too much criticism from the royal court after the various reforms he displayed during the Hulukku siege. Other than the grassland needing to establish a hero, how could Zhong Tan's identity as a Baimang military general not be a protective talisman? The 10,000 white feather guards that had rested for a short period of time before charging were the first to draw their bows and shoot out. The arrows were like a snowstorm that covered the sky and covered the sun. The hastily arranged formation of Dongzhu's private cavalry immediately had several hundred riders hit by the arrows and fell from their horses. However, the valiance of these 8,000 private cavalry were also fully displayed at this time. Agudamu and those Kiliarch's plans were not deviated in the slightest, their formation gradually unfolding, preventing the white feather guards from forming an arc of encirclement that was most advantageous for the horses to shoot at. However, the Bailiang's border cavalry that had taken the initiative did not stop there. Instead, they began to change their formation, displaying the outstanding mobility of the white feather light cavalry to the extreme. As a result, a magnificent scene appeared on the battlefield unknowingly. The 10,000 white feather light cavalry not only did not purposely pursue the thickness of the Central Army's formation, but instead suddenly increased their speed on the left and right flanks during the charge. The cavalry formation that had previously been one in an arc imperceptibly turned into two parallel flood dragons. Agudamu's cavalry had previously been divided into three groups. The 2,000 cavalry that had encountered the white feather light cavalry first were immediately trapped between the two armies. The Dong family's main cavalry that was closely connected to this cavalry army that was attacked from both sides did not slow down in the slightest under Agudamu's personal leadership. They did not continue to charge forward. Otherwise, even if they managed to charge out of this corridor, they would definitely leave behind more than 1,000 corpses. Agudamu did not hesitate to turn his horse around, leading the Central Army to charge towards the enemy formation in the south. At the same time, he ordered the 2,000 cavalry at the rear to entangle the northern cavalry at all costs. Agudamu, whose military strength was slightly inferior, clearly wanted to use the lives of his 2,000 cavalry to stall for time. He wanted to use the 6,000 Dong family's private cavalry to take down 5,000 white feather guards. Firstly, this was a helpless action after losing the initiative. Secondly, the formation of the white feather light cavalry had an innate weakness, which was that the vanguard was long and the formation was weak. It could not withstand the brute force of 6,000 cavalry. This kind of 6,000 cavalry against 5,000 cavalry, the advantage was not as simple as having 1,000 more people. After the two cavalry armies came into contact, the essence of both armies was speed. This kind of speed was not only limited to the speed of the warhorse's charge, not only the speed of the cavalry's arrows, but also the speed of the cavalry's changes in response to the situation. However, since the founding of the Great Qin Empire, there were very few Confucian generals at the border who were both well-read and adept at war. Even if there were, they were mostly accomplished in defending the border but were powerless in expanding the borders. As a result, throughout the dynasties, from the Great Feng dynasty to the Spring and Autumn Northern Han to the present-day Liang, there were only a few famous officials who were bestowed with the title of Xiang. The character Xiang implied that the land was filled with virtue and the armor was filled with hard work. The Central Plains had been divided and united for 800 years. During the civil wars, there was no lack of generals who had rendered meritorious service in destroying countries. Logically speaking, it was not excessive to give them the character Xiang. However, the founding emperor of the Great Feng dynasty, who was the first to receive the title of Xiang, once said that only those who raised their whip across the desert could receive the character Xiang. Since then, the successive monarchs had this tacit understanding. The word Xiang was hard to come by. The Great Feng dynasty had too many bloody precedents to learn from. At its peak, the Great Feng dynasty was said to have 800,000 horses. Even at the end of its decline, it still had 200,000 border cavalry. However, there were two generals in succession, one old and one young. The old man was an experienced general with splendid military achievements, while the young man was an armchair strategist. In the end, both of them lost their reputations under the hooves of the grassland cavalry. In the end, half of the Central Plains was brought to disaster. A large part of the reason was that in a true large-scale cavalry battle, opportunities were always fleeting. However, as soon as the situation deteriorated, the army would definitely be defeated. The historical records of the Central Plains were always vague about the grassland cavalry. They were just repeating the same old words over and over again. It wasn't until Liang established the Central Plains and suffered 3 consecutive defeats at the border that they had no choice but to switch from offense to defense. It was only after Gu Jiantang took charge of the Ministry of War that they truly began to study the tactics of the grassland cavalry in detail. After that, some of the imperial court generals who were interested in military achievements began to realize that the reason why the grassland cavalry was able to bring disaster for hundreds of years and invade the south every few days was not as simple as just being born familiar with archery and horses. Regardless of whether the Liang imperial court admitted it or not, it was hard for the officials in the imperial court to not rejoice in their hearts. Luckily, the Zhao family still had the cavalry army that had almost emptied the dynasty's northwest foundation. With the 300,000 armored cavalry intimidating the Beimang barbarians, the Central Plains was able to win close to 20 years of recuperation. Only then did they have the confidence to declare that they would fight the grassland cavalry outside the country's gates. Following Agudamu's change in formation, the white feather light cavalry also began to change. The 5,000 light cavalry in the north began to quietly split up. Half of them headed toward the 2,000 Dong family private cavalry behind Beimang, while the other half began to follow the main force of Beimang to the south. They did not give the enemy a chance to create an advantage in terms of military strength. Instead, they continued to maintain absolute suppression of the Dong family's main force. If Agudamu could see everything before and after, he would definitely be shocked at the terrifying tacit understanding between the captains of the northern white feather light cavalry. There was no communication between them at all. However, the cavalry formation was formed so quietly. This required a sense of smell, courage, and trust. Not a single one could be missing. The White Feather Guard was once the direct line of troops under Wei Fuqing, one of the 4 fangs of Bailiang. Wei Fuqing was one of Qin Jibao's 2 great generals. After Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao left for Shu without bringing a single soldier, the Iron Stupa of Qidong continued to be the Iron Stupa. Yuan Nanting, a veteran of the Lotus Seed Camp, took over the White Feather Light Cavalry. The former was Su Zhao's adopted son, and his loyalty to the Su family was unquestionable. On the other hand, Yuan Nanting's factional colors were extremely faint. He had once respectfully sent off His Royal Highness, Su Fengyan, to the capital with Lin Dofang and several hundred other old men of Bailiang. Following the succession of Su Fengyan, the Bailiang frontier army also naturally changed dynasties. If one were to say that the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard, who had a deep relationship with Qin Jibao, did not feel uncomfortable or stifled inside, no one would believe it. As a result, when Yuan Nanting left for the Longyan Plains, almost all of the 10,000 White Feather Light Cavalry cheered to their heart's content. Killing the enemy on the battlefield was much better than being cooped up outside Liangzhou Pass and suffering the supercilious looks of the other armies. It had to be known that the first battle of Liangmang had been so bitter that even the great Snow Dragon cavalry and 2 heavy cavalry troops that had been in hiding for many years had been mobilized. They were all from the Su family's headquarters, the Iron Stupa and White Feather Guard. In the end, they didn't even see the Beimang barbarians. How could they not be stifled? Could they not hear some strange words? Chapter 1793. This time, Yuan Nanting had gone to the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate to discuss matters. He had practically slammed the table and glared at Chu Lushan, saying that if this battle did not belong to the White Feather Light Cavalry, then he really would not have the face to go back and be a general. He might as well stay in the Protectorate and be a *T advisor. Sensing the movements of the White Feather Light Cavalry behind him, Agudamu immediately felt his scalp go numb. He angrily roared, "Break the formation with me!" Yuan Nanting, as a major 3rd-rank general, was the same as all the other generals of the Bailiang Frontier Army. On the battlefield, they all wore the same type of armor as the soldiers. Of course, Yuan Nanting's personal cavalry was not lacking. This senior cavalry general, who was younger than He Zhonghu and the other founding members, and older than Yu Luandao and the other new nobles, could be said to be a typical example of the core generals of Bailiang. He had experienced the Spring and Autumn War, or it could be said that he had emerged at the end of the war, but he could not be considered to have stood out early. His official climb was only after the Su family had been conferred the title of king and vassal in Bailiang. He had relied on the little bit of military service to climb up the ranks step by step. Similar people like Wei Fuqing, Dian Xiongqiao, and Ningame were mostly like this. However, the attainments of these people in the art of war could not be underestimated. Su Zhao's words, "Any one of the Bailiang cavalry's captains can be thrown to the Central Plains to be a general of a province," were not completely joking. Under the protection of many iron armors, Yuan Nanting narrowed his eyes and looked over. The decisiveness of the Dong family's private cavalry general was somewhat unexpected. As for the response of the captains in the north under him, it was within reason. Yuan Nanting raised his arm and made a gesture. The Flood Dragon cavalry formation in the south began to bend and move towards the south collectively. However, the speed of the cavalry at the two ends was even faster. Although it seemed like they were facing the Dong family's main cavalry force and had adopted measures to avoid them, their true tactical intent was very direct and efficient. They wanted to let the 6,000 Beimang cavalry force miss their target in one spurt of energy while their own 5,000 cavalry, especially those in the middle, retreated as they fought. In the end, they formed an arc and cooperated with the 3,000 White Feather Light cavalry in the north to chase after the enemy in the north. It was like catching a turtle in a jar, slowly cutting flesh with a knife, slowly exhausting the spirit of these 6,000 cavalry. In this battle of 2,000 cavalry against 2,000 cavalry, no matter who won or lost, it would not change the outcome of Dongzhuo's main cavalry force being annihilated. The White Feather Light cavalry cunningly avoided battle. A good Amu, who wanted to end the battle quickly, gnashed his teeth in hatred but could do nothing. The feeling of not being able to hit the opponent despite using all his strength was simply maddening. It was not that the opponent was not strong enough and was afraid to fight, but that they were too fast. All of them were Bailiang B-class warhorses. All of them were dressed in light armor and had abandoned their spears and lances, only carrying sabers and bows. Even if a flaw appeared in their hastily changed formation, as the opponent, the Dong family cavalry, could not catch it even if they saw it. On the battlefield, only the grassland cavalry could make the Central Plains infantry feel as if they were stuck in mud. The only thing that could make the Beimang cavalry, especially the elite troops of the Dong family's private cavalry, feel as if they were in a swamp was probably this top-class light cavalry among the many Bailiang cavalry forces. However, Yuan Nanting, who was confident of victory, did not let his guard down. In fact, several crossbowmen on white horses had already arrived at the periphery of the arc formation, telling him that there were 6,000 Ruren cavalry reinforcements coming from the north. They would arrive in an hour at the slowest and would be personally led by the martial arts evaluation grandmaster, Hong Jingyan. Yuan Nanting, who had not stopped his horse from beginning to end, looked at the young faces, especially the one in the middle whose armor was covered in blood. He smiled and asked, "You must be the White Horse Commandant, Li Hanlin?" That rider nodded and said in a deep voice, "Yes, I am." Yuan Nanting smiled and felt a mixture of emotions. The eldest son of the Dao administrator of Bailiang, Li Gongda, had actually risen to the position of the most precious crossbowman commandant through actual combat at the borders. The young people these days were truly impressive. Their drive was not inferior to that of these old men when they were young, and might even surpass them. It must be known that these old men were barefooted and were not afraid of wearing shoes. Therefore, they were not afraid of anything. They would not lose out if they died, but profit if they lived. They were not like the current group of young people in the Bailiang Frontier Army. This Liangzhou's White Horse Commandant Li Hanlin, Liuzhou's General Ko Jianghuai, and Youqi's General Yu Luandao, who came from a prestigious family in the Central Plains, could be said to be people who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths. If they were in the Central Plains, they would probably spend every night indulging in debauchery, so why would they be willing to roll around in a pile of corpses? Yuan Nanting inadvertently caught a glimpse of the heads near the saddles of these three riders. As an old general who was used to seeing his fellow soldiers die in battle, he took a deep breath and said, "Commandant Li, I have already received news that Qidong's 6,000 cavalry are approaching. They will not enter the battlefield any later than Hong Jingyan's Ruren cavalry. After this, you crossbowmen can withdraw from the battlefield. Don't try to be brave. You are already the last of our Bailiang scouts. I cannot bear to see you die. Therefore, you and Wei Mushing should quickly clean up the battlefield in half an hour. If I see you all alone here after the Iron Stupa and Ruran cavalry arrive, I will chase you all out of the crossbowmen, even if you are lucky enough not to die in battle." Li Hanlin, who had cupped his fist and accepted the order, finally said in a hoarse voice, "Wei Mushing has already died in battle." Yuan Nanting was stunned for a moment and remained silent. Yuan Nanting looked at the backs of the three young riders. At that moment, a thought surfaced in the old general's mind. There were 300,000 tombstones in the back of Mount Qingliang. How could he allow the names of young people to continue to increase? Yuan Nanting turned to look at the 6 or 7 riders in his retinue. Compared to the usual valiant cavalry, there was a slight difference in their demeanor. That sort of composure was not only due to their outstanding martial prowess that they stood out from the crowd, but also because they had a distant aura of the Jianghu. Yuan Nanting smiled and said, "Experts of the Whispering Chamber, you have all heard the news. It's not good. It's that great Grandmaster Hong Jingyan who has arrived." An old man in light armor who had been meditating all this time stroked the sword at his waist and said indifferently, "In short, we can't let General Yuan die in front of us." On the battlefield in the heart of the Longyan Plains, Dong Zhuo's main force of 6,000 cavalry was in dire straits. The 8,000 white feather light cavalry that Yuan Nanting personally commanded were increasingly at ease as they constantly reaped the heads of the enemy. The 2,000 cavalry under the command of Wia Lanzi, Yelu Chukai, were engaged in a fierce battle with the white feather light cavalry. Neither side showed any signs of defeat. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qidang and the 6,000 Ruran cavalry that Hong Jingyan had left without permission met by chance and arrived on the battlefield at almost the same time. The two armored torrents clashed head-on. The Ruran cavalry wanted to save the remaining 3,000 or so soldiers of the Dong clan, so they charged straight at Yuan Nanting's 6,000 cavalry. The iron stupas circled around the battlefield of Liang Mang's 2 light cavalry forces on the left flank. Light cavalry against light cavalry, heavy cavalry against heavy cavalry. The 6,000 iron stupas of Qidang were in the center of the front line. 1 man, 1 horse, and 1 spear led the charge. Of the 6 adopted sons of the old prince Liang Sushao, Chen Jibao was a dazzling figure. His military exploits were numerous, and he was the center of attention of the world. The reputation of the white-clothed war saint was obtained by stepping on the corpse of the spring and autumn armory Yi Baikui. Although he had betrayed Bailiang and was a vassal of Western Shu, it did not diminish his reputation. Chu Lushan, although infamous in the Central Plains, was destined to leave his name in the annals of history. Afterwards, in the hinterland of Beimang, it was he who stopped Dong Zhuo from winning 12 battles in a row. Not only was he and the king of the old south courtyard of Beimang known as the Northern Dong of Southern Chu, he was also seen as the victim of Dong Zhuo, the great master of the art of war in Beimang. Yuan Zhuozong won the battle of the Princess Tomb. Even the people of West Chu felt it was inconceivable. After the battle, historians and strategists thought highly of him. If it were not for Yuan Baixiong, the Liang army that Su Shao put together would not have had the chance to fight in the Battle of the Western Wall. Now he would be the commander of Bailiang's cavalry. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen were also praised by the imperial court when they were alive. They were not only outstanding scholars, but also good at strategizing. If it were not for the fact that they lost their chastity in their later years, based on their friendship with the young king, it would not be difficult for them to become provincial governors of their respective provinces. Only Qidangua was not only looked down upon by the Liang imperial court and the Central Plains officialdom, but also rarely mentioned in Bailiang. He was not even as famous as Ningame, a young and strong general. Even his promotion to the Iron Buddha was seen as a nepotism by the new King Liang. It had nothing to do with Qidangua's military talent. Even the people of Mount Qingliang who were familiar with the affairs of the Su family did not think much of Qidangua, a general who was brave but not astute. The thing that this person was best at in his life was probably carrying the Su flag and following behind the butcher. His greatest achievement in his life was inexplicably becoming Su Zhao's adopted son. Mediocre talent, no reputation, and little military merit. This was Qidangua. Before Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen died, Chu Lushan did not want to help speak, and Yuan Zuozong did not want to plead for mercy. Only Qi Donghua's reverse scale spoke up. At the time, Beiliang Governor-General Chen Zhibao chose to leave Beiliang alone. Chu Lushan was indifferent, Yuan Zuozong coldly looked on from the side, and Qi Donghu secretly urged him to stay. But in the end, Chen Zhibao did not stay. How could a person who tried to smooth things over when he should not have done so win the respect of Beiliang, which valued military merit the most? Qi Donghu ran his spear through the chest of a centurion of the Ruren cavalry. With a furious roar, he continued to charge forward. Not only did he bring the corpse of the centurion to the back of his horse, his blood-soaked spear once more stabbed into the chest of another horseman behind him. Unstoppable! With Qi Donghu as the arrowhead, the cavalry formation of the Ruren cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. On the battlefield on either side of Qi Donghu, 200 cavalry from each side had been killed in almost an instant. If someone was unlucky enough to fall off their horse, they would not be beheaded like in a battle of light cavalry. Instead, they would be trampled to death by a charge from the enemy's warhorse. There was no chance of survival. In a battle of cavalry, falling off a horse meant death. 4,000 Ruren cavalry entered the formation, leaving 2,000 cavalry to watch from afar. In this vast battlefield, they seemed completely out of place. Chapter 1794. When Yelu Chukai saw this scene, he brushed away an arrow that the Northern Liang Light Cavalry captain had shot at his face. He quickly left the battlefield alone and came to the 2,000 cavalry that were as immovable as a mountain. He said angrily to the indifferent man who was watching the fire from the other side of the river, "Hong Jingyan, why did you leave us in the lurch?" The man with a pair of snow-white eyes stared at this noble relative of the imperial family and asked in return, "How did I leave you in the lurch? Were the 4,000 Ruren cavalry not saving people?" Yelu Chukai laughed in anger and pointed his sword at this martial arts master who had once competed with his brother-in-law for the title of King of the Southern Courtyard. "At this point, you still want to preserve your strength? What, after losing to the Beiliang cavalry at the mouth of the gourd last time, you want to rely on these 2,000 cavalry to escape?" Hong Jingyan pursed his lips. "From the beginning, I never thought that you and Lin Fu could succeed. I took the risk to come here because I didn't want you, Yelu Chukai, to die here in vain. Of course, this time, hundreds of the White Horse crossbowmen returned alive, but you all died. When the time comes, His Majesty will definitely settle the score. Murong Baoding is surnamed Murong after all, he is not afraid of being held accountable. I, Hong Jingyan, am alone and weak. Although it is reasonable for me to bide my time, there are some things where reason is more important than reason. That is why I am here. Otherwise, do you think I have nothing better to do than come here to join in the fun?" Hong Jingyan stared at the exasperated, burly general and said sarcastically, "Military merits? Do you and Lin Fu have your so-called military merits here?" He shifted his gaze to the battlefield in the distance and sneered, "If your Black Crow fence and Black Fox fence died in vain, then wouldn't my 4,000 elite cavalry have died in vain?" Yelu Chukai flew into a rage out of humiliation, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He covered his mouth with his hand and stared hatefully at the leader of the Ruren cavalry. Hong Jingyan said flatly, "Yelu Chukai, remember, there are immortals on land in the Jianghu, but there are no immortals on the battlefield who can reverse heaven and earth. So your brother-in-law's 8,000 cavalry died here, which is the general trend. I, Hong Jingyan, am only responsible for bringing you back alive to the imperial court. As for the rest, don't hope, and you have no right to hope." Yelu Chukai did not turn around but pointed his sword at the battlefield behind him. "Don't you want to take the head of the third-rank Iron Buddha General Qi Donghu? His head was enough to make you, Hong Jingyan, a marquis. Qi Donghu is Su Zhao's adopted son." Hong Jingyan smiled mockingly, as if he did not care to speak. It was only then that Yelu Chu straightened his back and released his blood-stained palm. Looking at the exceptionally valiant Ruren cavalry behind Hong Jingyan, he laughed and said, "You barbarians who came from the Ruren Mountains, to have such a cowardly master is truly a blessing in disguise. You can forget about achieving any military exploits in the future, but I am not afraid of dying on the battlefield." The Ruran cavalry's Kiliarchs had unfriendly eyes and were itching to attack. Hong Jingyan raised his arm and stopped the Kiliarchs from drawing their swords. Gently holding the reins of his warhorse, he looked into the distance and smiled. "Yelu Chukai, I have to say, you are far inferior to that slippery brother-in-law of yours. He, is only one surname inferior to your idiotic brother-in-law. What a pity." For some reason, Yelu Chukai suddenly calmed down. He turned his head to look at the fighting in the south, and then at the comparatively peaceful north. This young military general who was born high and mighty as Hong Jingyan had said, this rising star of Northern Mang's younger generation who had already become a 10,000-man commander at such a young age, said to Hong Jingyan with a calm expression, "I don't need you to save me. However, I beg you of one thing. Hong Jingyan, take away as many Dong family cavalry as you can. If you agree, then I will apologize to you for the disgraceful words I said earlier." Hong Jingyan, who was not in a hurry to make a promise, asked curiously, "Then you?" Yelu Chutsai's eyes were resolute, with a stubbornness that the men of the grasslands were all too familiar with. "My brother-in-law said that in business, one must be willing to part with capital. I will follow your 4,000 Ruran cavalry to the end. How many Dong cavalry you can save with my life, Hong Jingyan, is up to you. How about it?" Hong Jingyan narrowed his eyes, and finally nodded slowly. Yelu Chukai turned his horse around with an indifferent expression, his back facing Hong Jingyan. He said softly, "I am a person who is about to die. There are some things that I have said, but don't take your anger out on the other men of the Dong clan. In the end, you were not willing to personally act today, and did not dare to kill that Chidangwa. Is it not because you are afraid that in the future, you will be pursued and killed by that young vassal king on the battlefield? But I feel that if it was Toba standing here, he would definitely act." A cold, killing intent flashed through Hong Jingyan's eyes. But in the end, Hong Jingyan smiled and said, "Don't worry and die. Perhaps I will personally avenge you." Yelu Chukai went to his death. As he urged his horse forward, he smiled. This young man thought of the little girl called Tao Manwo by his brother-in-law's side. He thought of the song that she often hummed. He had once tried to hum along with the little girl and her sister, but his brother-in-law had laughed and scolded him that it was worse than the snorting of a warhorse. After that, he resentfully stopped making things difficult for himself. The grass grows next year, the wild geese go and come back. The spring breeze blows this year, will young master return? The green grass grows on the green flagstones, the azure-clothed man hums a tune from Jean Ling on the green flagstone bridge. Whose daughter lowers her head and smiles? The yellow leaves fall this year, year after year. The autumn wind blows next year, will my wife be here? The yellow flowers of the yellow river flow, the yellow flowers of the yellow river city bloom with yellow butterflies. Whose son's saber is in its scabbard? Yelu Chukai glanced at the battle saber in his hand that had 2 cracks. He raised his head and laughed out loud, "The wild geese go and come back. I, young master, will not be returning this year." Behind him, Hong Jingyan's horse and the 2,000 Ruran cavalry remained motionless. Hong Jingyan did not care about a dead person's last words, but he cared greatly about the dead person's unintentional words. If it were Toba, he would definitely kill Chidangwa today. Back then, when Su Fengnian traveled to Beimang in an out-of-body state, he passed by the Ruran Mountains. In that golden wheat field, Hong Jingyan avoided the battle. Back then, Hong Jingyan believed that his choice was not wrong. He wanted the martial way and the world to be his. He wanted both. He wanted to walk further and higher than Toba, be it in the pugilistic world or the imperial court. Hence, there was no need for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. He wanted to fight a person who was bound to die and suffer great losses. However, Hong Jingyan did not expect that the knot in his heart that should have been undone after Su Fengnian died at Wang Xianji's hands would become more and more obstructive to his martial way realm after Wang Xianji, that old man from Martial Emperor City, failed to kill that Su guy. Hong Jingyan exhaled softly. His naturally snow-white eyes stared blankly at the blue sky. There were no clouds in the sky. This great grandmaster, who was once viewed by Beimang as having the greatest hope of surpassing Toba, told himself in his heart that to sharpen his state of mind, he would start by killing Qi Danghua. Hong Jingyan retracted his gaze and turned to give orders to the few Kiliarchs. He wanted the 2,000 Kiliarchs to rescue the Dong clan's cavalry that only had about 1,000 men left on the smallest battlefield. Then, they would return to their encampment. Although they did not understand, the Ruren cavalry who were born to obey orders obeyed the orders and began to charge. Hong Jingyan, who was patiently observing the situation on the battlefield, suddenly frowned. Then he muttered to himself, "It's really heaven's perception. It seems that I made the right bet." Hong Jingyan turned to look to the east and sneered, "Su Fengyan, you are always going against the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao is on my side, not yours." Hong Jingyan gently reined in his horse and slowly advanced. There was an extremely pleased smile on his face. On the 3 battlefields, the 2,000 white feather light cavalry faced the 2,000 Dong clan private cavalry. The casualties were roughly the same, with only half of their men left alive. The 2,000 Ruren cavalry that were the last to be mobilized were also sent to reinforce this place. On the 2nd battlefield, the white feather light cavalry led by Yuan Nanting had already secured victory. Dongzhu's number 1 cavalry general, Agudam, had personally killed more than 20 men before finally dying under the blade of a nameless Bailiang soldier. The 2,000 Dongzhu cavalry that had been surrounded still did not surrender after the death of their commander. One person surrendered. On the final battlefield, where the situation was the most tragic, the 4,000 Ruren cavalry and 6,000 iron stupas had already penetrated each other's formations 3 times. Yelu Chukai had died in battle. His corpse was recognized and his head was cut off. It was raised high on the battlefield by the iron stupa cavalry lieutenant. The Bailiang lieutenant who had done this had no joy on his face. There was only grief and indignation. What was the use of surrendered soldiers in the Battle of Liangmang? There were no surrendered soldiers. Perhaps if this battle had continued, for example, if the Beimang army had broken through Beifu city outside Liangzhou Pass and fought all the way into Bailiang's Dao territory, there might have been people willing to drag out an ignoble existence and surrender. For example, if the Bailiang cavalry had marched straight into the Southern Dynasty, there would still be people willing to live and not die. But these 2 situations would only appear after many people had died. If one did not personally go to the northwest border and personally witness the confrontation between the 2 armies, perhaps one would never understand the heroism of both sides. Thus, the greatest joke in the world was that there were very few people in the central plains of Liang who respected the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang. On the other hand, Beimang, as their mortal enemy, no matter how deeply they hated the Bailiang frontier army, in the depths of many people's hearts, they would always view this army as an opponent worthy of respect. Hong Jingyan's horse leisurely galloped forward, as if quietly waiting for something. On the 3 battlefields, corpses were strewn across the ground and warhorses whimpered. In the Jianghu, only those who were afraid of death would not easily die. On the battlefield, one could not be afraid of death. Chapter 1795. In a person's Jianghu, life and death were of utmost importance. Using countless corpses to create a magnificent battlefield, life and death were the least of the trifling matters. Hong Jingyan slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. He was getting closer and closer to the battlefield where the Iron Buddhas and the Ruren cavalry were. First, there were 7 or 8 Whispering Chamber cavalry that had been keeping an eye on this top Beimang expert. They quickly retreated from the battlefield and galloped away. Then, there were more than 100 Iron Buddhas that charged to intercept him. After Yuan Nanting pulled out his saber from the chest of a Dongzhu cavalryman, he looked up and said to the personal guard commander who was guarding him, "Something's not right. That person should be attacking the Iron Buddhas. We have to do our best to stop him." The personal guard looked at the panting old general and threw away his blood-stained helmet. He smiled and said, "General, I'll bring a few hundred cavalry over." When Yuan Nanting was going to say something, the head of the bodyguards who had followed him for many years had already gathered a team of cavalry nearby. He turned around and grinned at Yuan Nanting. "General, to be honest, you're really old. Don't be a burden to us." Yuan Nanting bent over and said with a smile, "Bullshit." Without waiting for Yuan Nanting to stop him, The personal guard had already led a few hundred white feather-light cavalry and charged forward. Yuan Nanting wanted to follow, but he was blocked by one of the guards who stayed behind. Yuan Nanting said angrily, "Get out of the way." Although the young retainer was afraid of the general's might, he still said through gritted teeth, "The commander gave me a look. He forbade me from putting the general in danger." Yuan Nanting said angrily, "Whose official is higher?" The young man who refused to give way lowered his head and muttered, "A county official is not as good as an official on the spot. The commandant has always told us in private that on the battlefield, his orders are sometimes higher than the general's." Yuan Nanting reprimanded loudly, "Get out of the way. Do you believe that I won't make you pack up and get out of the white feather guard right now?" The young man's eyes were red as he said stubbornly, "I'm not even afraid of death. What's there to be afraid of?" Yuan Nanting was so angry that he almost unconsciously slashed down with his saber. Even he himself was shocked. He quickly put down the saber, sighed, and cursed weakly, "Bastard." Seeing that this audacious white feather-light cavalry was about to turn around and rush to the fourth battlefield, Yuan Nanting roared, "Get back here." The young rider wanted to say something but hesitated. The commander of the white feather-light cavalry gazed into the distance and sighed softly, "Even if it's because of my Yuan Nanting's selfishness, it's still good that one less person dies." Yuan Nanting clearly remembered that the Grand General had once said that he, Su Xiao, was not afraid of anything in this life. The only thing he was most afraid of was when someone saw him and said his name. This was because the person who remembered his name would remember the debt he owed when he died. He would never forget it for the rest of his life. The exhausted Yuan Nanting gasped for breath as he surveyed his surroundings. The white feather-light cavalry's battle achievements were outstanding, but there was only endless sorrow in his heart. On Mount Qingliang, the originally nameless tombstones were going to have so many new names. Yuan Nanting was suddenly startled and turned his head to look. There was a rider from the Iron Buddha cavalry that had suddenly charged out of the bloody battlefield that had yet to end. He was tall and sturdy, and held a metal spear in his hand. In the yellow sand of the desert, the war horse was pitch black, and the armor was dyed red. Qi Dangwa charged towards that distant rider without turning back. He knew that the Beimang barbarian called Hong Jingyan had come for him. After leading the charge to break through the enemy formation 3 times, Qi Dangwa's figure was already on the verge of collapse. Even the hand holding the metal spear had begun to tremble violently. He was facing the leader of the Ruan cavalry, who was known as the second strongest expert of Beimang. Sweat and blood intertwined on that determined face, but Qi Dangwa only charged forward. This man vaguely remembered that when he was young, his adoptive father, who was not very old at the time, had personally told him that no matter how outstanding one's physique was, no matter how astonishing one's strength was, there would come a time when one's sword and spear would be unsteady at the end of the battle. But as long as one's breath was still present, one's heart could not be shaken. When one feared death, the king of hell would come. He would immediately come knocking. Outside the battlefield, there was a young man in the Wutong courtyard of Mount Qingliang who had received an urgent report. After giving the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate Manor a military order that was almost strictly worded, he abandoned his horse and rushed alone to the Qingyuan military town outside the pass, where he saw the unfamiliar handwriting. And then he continued to rush north. That was the first time the young man had seen Qi Dangwa's handwriting. His handwriting was not pretty. As a young man who had served in the army and the battlefield, he rarely wrote. In the past, when the young man who had seen the letter had seen the spring festival couplets being put up on Mount Qingliang every new year, among the 6 adoptive sons of the butcher, Chu Lushan would definitely be the one who fawned the most. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen would also give a few pertinent comments, while Chen Zhibao and Yuan Zuozong would habitually not say a word. But only this man called Qi Dangwa would laugh and ask the young man His Royal Highness for a few spring festival couplets to take back to his residence. And then he would definitely not have the servants of his residence put them up. Instead, he would personally do it. Year after year, even the servants of his residence had become accustomed to it. The young man's father, that old man, had once casually mentioned his adoptive sons. He said that Chen Zhibao had the most serious thoughts, Chu Lushan had the deepest thoughts, Yuan Zuozong had the most mellow thoughts, Yao Jian had the most complicated thoughts, and Yi Shizhen had the most chaotic thoughts. It was only when he mentioned Qi Dangwa that the old man laughed to himself, saying that this idiot had no thoughts at all. At that time, the young man laughed along with the old man. In the Huaiyang Pass Protectorate House, Chu Lushan looked at the latest spy report with a gloomy face. Yuan Zuozong's face was also extremely gloomy. He turned around and strode to the gate. Chu Lushan shook his head. "You don't have to go, Prince. Xiaoyan has already left." As if talking to himself, Chu Lushan added, "Old Qi may not die." Yuan Zuozong sneered, "Not necessarily?" Chu Lushan suddenly became furious. "Yuan Zuozong, what's the use of you going to the Longyan Plain now? Can you catch up?" Yuan Zuozong stepped over the threshold and said calmly, "I won't go to Huda City. Ko Jianghuai and Xie Shibian have joined hands in Liuzhou. Whether they succeed or not depends on their ability. I'll go to Calabash Mouth in Yuzhou. Since I've decided to gain the initiative by striking first, I might as well make a big move." Chu Lushan said dejectedly, "Go, go." Yuan Zuozong stopped and stood outside the gate. He said calmly, "If Huaiyang Pass can't be defended one day, remember that there's Beijue City in the south." Chu Lushan waved his hand. "You don't need to talk too much. I didn't think you were a long-winded person before." North of Huda City, Longyan Plain, on the battlefield, the Iron Buddha's leader, Qi Dangwa, fell to the ground. His armor was broken and blood was gushing out. The 7 Whiskwater Room's Death Knights couldn't stop that Northern Mang Grandmaster who got off his horse and walked on foot. It was to the extent where even the 100 Iron Stupas and 300 White Feather Light Cavalry couldn't stop him, their formation torn apart by a single person just like that. Qi Dangwa, who had sent out a spear, was punched in the chest by that man. He fell from the horse and slid back for more than 10 feet. That man landed beside him and said with a smile, "Before you die, I might as well tell you that Su Fengnian is on his way here. In fact, he's very close. Unfortunately, he's still a bit late." "Qi Dangwa, are you unwilling to die?" Qi Dangwa's chest rose and fell rapidly. Blood kept oozing out from the corner of his mouth. He could no longer speak. However, his elbows were straightened and his fingers were grasping the ground. He seemed to be struggling to get up. Hong Jingyan closed his eyes and said with intoxication, "This is the taste of the resonance of heaven and earth. Now I know why Qi Xuanzhen said that celestial phenomenon was just the scenery outside the door. The scenery inside the door is really wonderful." He lowered his head and looked. "Su Fengnian is late, but I, Hong Jingyan, am not." Hong Jingyan was increasingly happy. "Oh, right, let me tell you another piece of bad news. After knowing that Su Fengnian is coming in person, Tuoba, who was originally moving slowly south, has started to speed up. I only need to go 200 miles north and Su Fengnian and Tuoba will meet." Hong Jingyan looked toward the south and laughed loudly. "Su Fengnian, when North Ju City is breached, I'll give you the chance to take revenge." Hong Jingyan's figure flew backward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a few blinks of the eye, a young man with cracked lips and wearing casual clothes sat cross-legged beside Qi Dangwa. This man was dying and his vision was blurry, but for some reason he recognized that young face. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say a word. Instead, the blood at the corner of his mouth was gushing out more and more. The young man reached out and gently pressed on his chest. Where his hand touched, the iron armor was shattered. The cold armor was soaked in blood and felt warm. The young man bent down and shook his head gently. This valiant general of the Northern Liang cavalrymen in the past had unexpectedly generated an unimaginable strength out of nowhere before he died, and he tightly gripped the young man's arm with one hand. Since ancient times, the strongest person on the battlefield would carry the enemy. The Bailiang cavalry had 300,000 men, and only Qi Dangwa could carry it. And this man, with the last of his strength, wanted the young man not to go to the north for him. He didn't want to let go even if he died. The young man gently held the dead man's hand. He was quiet and expressionless. He was neither sad nor happy. Great suffering was silent. In the end, the young man pried open Qi Dangwa's fingers one by one. Then he leaned over and helped him close his eyes. When he left Bailiang Palace, he didn't have time to hang his cold blade. He found the iron spear not far from Qidongwa's body and held it in his hand. One man, one spear, rushed to the north. Hong Jingyan, who had already escaped dozens of miles away, heard a thunderous sound. "You want to die, so I'll let you die." Chapter 1796. On the Dragon Eye Plain, from north to south, there was a straight line of dust flying. When a short middle-aged man with long arms like an ape stopped, the flying sand behind him that looked like a yellow flood dragon gradually dissipated. The man raised his eyes and looked into the distance. His extraordinary aura was not like that of an ordinary person. It was because his two arms were shining with a golden light from under his plain clothes. Strands of light lingered around his arms, showing the appearance of thousands of tiny flood dragons coiling around his arms. At the critical moment when the second battle of Liang Mang was about to start in the autumn wind, as the king of the northern courtyard, he quietly left and went to the northernmost part of Beimang's territory. He used an iceberg as a boat and continued to cross the sea to the north. Finally, he got what he wanted. He was supposed to go to the western capital temple of the southern dynasty to participate in the military affairs. Even if he had been stripped of the title of the king of the northern courtyard, he was still the anchor of the entire Beimang dynasty. The grassland cavalry had almost blind trust in him, just like the Liyang imperial court's trust in Gu Jianteng. No matter how bad the Guangling Road War was, and even if the West Chu's restoration reached the peak of momentum on the battlefield, as long as Gu Jianteng did not make a move, and as long as he and the two border armies did not move, then Liyang still had full confidence to deal with the West Chu rebels. After Tuoba slowly returned to the south, he quickly sensed the majestic aura of Bailiang heading north. Tuoba originally thought that it was the young man's provocation. As a martial artist who had reached the pinnacle of the human world, he naturally would not retreat. But when he later sensed the second unique aura on the Dragon Eye Plain, Tuoba was still full of fighting spirit, but also somewhat helpless. It turned out that it was a baffling misunderstanding. Hong Jingyan had for some reason angered the young king, so much so that the latter did not hesitate to travel thousands of li to the battlefield alone. Tuoba did not mind letting Hong Jingyan do the killing for him, but he was very curious as to why Hong Jingyan, a recognized martial genius, would suddenly show signs of breaking through the threshold of celestial being. Therefore, Tuoba was not in a hurry to act. In Tuoba's eyes, the battle with Su Fengnian could happen sooner or later. It could even be said that the later the better. When the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang were wiped out and the young man was in a desperate situation, he would be able to fight with all his might without any worries. Therefore, he would save Hong Jingyan, the leader of the Ruren cavalry, who had always been known as the second Tuoba in the grasslands, for both public and private reasons. However, this did not prevent Tuoba from making this shrewd junior suffer a little. Too many of Beimang's top experts had died in the past 2 years. The fifth raccoon of Bingbing Mountain, the sword chi of the chess and sword music school, Huang Qing and the bronze man grandmaster, Xiao Xiang of the princess's grave, etc. The emperor, who had always regarded the Jianghu as the maidservants of the imperial court, was deeply worried about this. After all, no matter how worthless the maidservants of a noble courtyard were, if too many of them died and there was no one to serve tea or clean up the courtyard, outsiders would eventually feel that it did not fit the image of a noble clan. However, this was the limit. To the emperor, the grandmasters of the Jianghu were ultimately just carps in a pond and sparrows in a cage. Tuoba slowed down his steps and slowly headed south. However, with each step, his physique grew taller and more majestic. The golden light that appeared on his arms became even more dazzling. Looking at the Jianghu of Beimang, the number of people he viewed as his opponent could be counted on one hand. However, the chess and sword music school just happened to have 2 of them. In this generation of the chess and sword music school, 2 heroes had appeared. The famous poet Huang Baozhuang had become the white-clothed demon Luo Yang for some reason. In the end, she betrayed the grasslands and went south to the central plains of Ling. It was rumored that she had been caught a glimpse of into An city. During the battle between Su Fengnian, Chao Changqing, and Dong Tai for the peak, she did not make a move. Originally, the poet Hong Jingyan was only ranked in the 4th class. However, even with the Taiping magistrate as the imperial tutor of Beimang and the help of the crown prince's wife, Hanggu, in the court, Hong Jingyan, who commanded the Ruren cavalry, was still unable to defeat Dong Zhuo and missed the opportunity to become the great king of the southern courtyard. During the Battle of Heluku, this person led his army to avoid the vanguard of Bailiang's heavy cavalry. He abandoned General Yang Yuanzhan's main army and fled north alone. As a result, the Bailiang cavalry successfully formed a pincer attack from the north and south. This even caused this grandmaster's reputation to hit rock bottom on the grasslands. At the same time, he also lost the favor of that old woman. In the second expedition to the south, he was only able to assist the imperial tutor Murong Baoding as a deputy general. Hong Jingyan retreated 60 miles away and did not retreat any further. If he retreated any further, he would encounter Tuoba. Although Hong Jingyan had the intention of letting this Beimang's god of war make Su Fengnian retreat in the face of difficulties, forcing the young vassal king's state of mind to be covered in dust, if Su Fengnian really did not fear Tuoba and Hong Jingyan retreated to Tuoba's side to seek protection, then he would have shot himself in the foot. It was not easy for him to cross the threshold of celestial being, and it was highly likely that he would be forced to withdraw from the mysterious realm of celestial being perception. Moreover, when Su Fengnian faced Wang Xinji, who rushed to Bailiang in the past, even though he knew that he was no match for him, he still chose to fight to the death and not retreat, using that old monster as a whetstone. In the end, his state of martial arts reached perfection. How could Hong Jingyan not hope to use Su Fengnian, who was said to be invincible in the world today, as a stepping stone? Moreover, today he was no match for Su Fengnian, so he could retreat again. Tuoba's appearance in the Dragon Eye Plain was his biggest escape route. As long as he stabilized his state of celestial being, Hong Jingyan believed that there would be a day when he would be able to reach the level of the 4 great grandmasters. Moreover, that day would definitely not come too late. At that time, he would first kill Su Fengnian and then kill the Peach Blossom Sword God Dong Tai. He would then lead hundreds of thousands of steel cavalry under his command to break through Tai and city, cross the Guangling River, and stop his warhorses at the coast of the Southern Sea. There was nothing more satisfying in life than this. After Hong Jingyan stopped, he calmly waited for Su Fengnian. Instead, his aura was like a rainbow. This was the first time in the history of the chess and sword music school that he was so eager to fight with his full strength against someone. Just as Hong Jingyan's aura reached its peak, thunder once again exploded in his ears. This time, it was not Su Fengnian, but Tuoba, who seemed to have intended to watch for a moment. Hong Jingyan, retreat another 30 miles. Hong Jingyan lost his composure in that instant. His intuition told him that Bodhisattva Tuoba's admonition was not a threat and that he should retreat quickly. However, his rationality made this extremely arrogant grandmaster of martial arts feel that he could not retreat. Suddenly, Tuoba, who was sprinting madly towards the south, let out an angry roar. "Idiot! The state of mind can be lost and then returned. Do you have 2 lives?" In Hong Jingyan's field of vision, a speck of light lit up, like a firefly flickering in the summer night sky several zhang away. However, just as Hong Jingyan discovered that the firefly had suddenly turned into the radiance of the moon, it was already too late to dodge. It was actually Su Fengnian's spear that had arrived before his body. The spear was thrown out, like a white rainbow piercing through the yellow sand of the desert. This simple spear was so swift and violent that it far exceeded Hong Jingyan's imagination. As a result, Hong Jingyan's mind spun rapidly, making all kinds of calculations. In the end, he sadly realized that other than taking the blow head-on, there was no other way. Chapter 1797. If he was injured in front of Su Fengnian, Hong Jingyan knew that even Tuoba would not be able to save him unless Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai came back and worked together with Tuoba. This did not mean that Su Fengnian had reached the level where he could challenge 3 grandmasters of martial arts by himself. It was just that when martial artists of that level worked together, it was not like Chao Chongqing and Dong Tai were equal to 2 officials or 2 peach blossom sword gods. Thus, in the Battle of Great Pea City, Su Fengnian had fought 2 people alone, but this did not mean that Su Fengnian had the power of 2 Dong Tai. This was the reason why Wang Xinji had said that she could fight the world by herself. Thus, it was arrogant, but not arrogant. Tuoba did not help Hong Jingyan destroy the rainbow light. Instead, he moved to the right of the ladder. His hands formed into fists, and he swung them high into the air, smashing them heavily into the middle of the metal spear. There was a violent sound like a great bell. Hong Jingyan stared blankly at the beam of rainbow light. Even after being smashed by Bodhisattva Tuoba, it did not shatter. Instead, it curved into a half-arc in the air. Countless dazzling snow-white lightning bolts bloomed at the spot where Bodhisattva Tuoba's arms came into contact with the half-arc iron spear. Bodhisattva Tuoba stood in front of Hong Jingyan, and there were still electric lights swimming around his arms like thousands of silver snakes. That metal spear did not shatter after Tuoba's punch. It was only smashed to the left of Hong Jingyan. Hong Jingyan saw out of the corner of his eyes that the young person had one hand behind his back and the other hand lightly gripping the metal spear. He was standing 300 zhang away. The metal spear was too heavy and trembled in the young person's hands. Hong Jingyan's heart dimmed. It turned out that the difference of one step was still the difference between heaven and earth. He could clearly see all the details, and could even count how many times the iron spear trembled after the young man took it. But he could see, but he could not catch it. It was the same for the first spear, and it was the same for the second spear. It was rumored that Su Fengnian could kill anyone below the level of Earth Immortals with a single move. So it was true. Tuoba said indifferently, "Don't tell me that you, Hong Jingyan, can only bully opponents whose cultivation is lower than yours in this lifetime? If that's the case, then I'm really disappointed. Even if you cross the threshold of heavenly being in the future, let alone Su Fengnian, as long as a newcomer becomes an Earth Immortal, even if it's only for 1 or 2 days, they will still be able to defeat you, Hong Jingyan." Hong Jingyan's eyes lit up and he said in a low voice, "You're saying that Su Fengnian only wins in the word power?" Tuoba stared at the young person and nodded. "This person has fought with Wang Xinji and me and won. In the Battle of Great Peace City, Dong Tai and Chao Chongqing purposely teamed up and helped him increase his morale. It can be said that his power is unmatched. You lost just now, there's no need to be surprised." Hong Jingyan smiled and his depression was swept away. He looked at the young vassal king. "No wonder you clearly had the upper hand after that spear, but did not continue to fight." Bodhisattva Tuoba shook his head and said, "You're wrong. He wants you to stay in the Dragon Eye Plains. As long as I still want to save you, he will have the chance to kill both of us. He won't just take one of our heads." Hong Jingyan's face darkened. "Good. Then I'll give up the realm that's within my reach." In this way, the tables had turned. "Are you really willing to exchange a life for a life? I don't believe it." Hong Jingyan was worthy of being one of the top grandmasters in the world. He left when he said he would. More accurately, he was running for his life. As long as the opponent chose to chase after him, and Tuoba did not have to divide his attention to save people, then it would be Su Fengnian's turn to multitask. He would leave an opening for Tuoba, who was fully focused. As Hong Jingyan decisively retreated, Su Fengnian and Tuoba started to move north at almost the same time. The three gradually formed a triangle on the Dragon Eye Plains, their figures as fast as 3 gusts of wind. Su Fengnian was looking for a chance to kill Hong Jingyan. Tuoba was patiently waiting for Su Fengnian to make a move. It was clear who would win. So Hong Jingyan did not believe that Su Fengnian was willing to die. But in fact, Su Fengnian's determination to kill him was so great that Hong Jingyan was scared out of his wits after the second spear thrust. Before Su Fengnian's iron spear pierced through Hong Jingyan's back, Tuoba's fists had already hammered Su Fengnian's back. His fists hammered unreservedly at Su Fengnian's back with a force that could split mountains and split rivers. Not only did this strike injure Su Fengnian's internal organs, it also added an indomitable sense of heroism to Su Fengnian's forward thrust of the iron spear. Su Fengnian shook his wrist and pulled out the iron spear that had pierced through Hong Jingyan's heart. At the same time, he crushed Hong Jingyan's chest, leaving him with no chance of survival. The ambitious and lofty chess, sword and music school lost even more pieces and died just like that. The man who wanted to change the title of Lord of the Ruin Cavalry to Lord of the World died with everlasting regret. Even in death, he could not understand why Su Fengnian would really trade lives with him. He still had too many plans that he had yet to execute. He was still thinking about his agreement with Yelu Dongbed, the ambitious man. He wanted to replace the peace decree with the chess and sword music school and Beimang's imperial court. If it was possible to regret, Hong Jingyan would definitely not kill that iron-stupid general. His last thought before he died was not to hate Su Fengnian's madness, but to hate Tuoba's insidious scheming. Tuoba looked at the lonely figure that had to lean on his spear to stand firm. He sneered and said, "Hong Jingyan died a worthy death. But isn't it a pity that you, the great king of Bailiang, died here? Even if you don't feel pity, I feel pity for you. I always felt that you, Su Fengnian, should have died on the battlefield of North Jiebei. Either you would have died amidst the thousands of soldiers and horses, or you would have died at my hands then." The back of the young man's clothes was soaked in blood. He did not say a word. An immortal on land was not an immortal. Su Fengnian had indeed been struck in the back by Tuoba's 2 fists. Although he had taken that strike into account, so he had held back against Hong Jingyan's spear and could have killed him without using his full strength. No matter how one looked at it, there was not much difference. It was just a matter of dying sooner or later. Tuoba laughed and said, "If it was me who had fought with you in the western regions last time, you might have been able to escape back to Bailiang with half your life." He looked down at his hands. The clothes on his arms were tattered, revealing the undulating golden veins on his arms. There was a fish in the northern underworld that fed on dragons. The first time he had found it, Luoyang had interfered, causing the divine weapon created by the heavens and earth to fall into the deep sea and disappear without a trace. However, it was a blessing in disguise. This time, he had obtained something even better. Tuoba raised his head and looked at the sky. "Sometimes I don't understand why you guys are unwilling to bow your heads." Tuoba frowned. "Are you waiting for someone? Huyen Dagwan?" "No, I sensed his breath before I came here. He should still be near Dunhuang City. He won't make it in time." "Su Yanbing? His breath doesn't seem like it. I really can't think of anyone else in Bailiang who can save you other than these 2. Su Fengnian turned around and held the iron spear with both hands. He was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He looked miserable. A figure appeared beside him. He was dressed in a white robe and had the bearing of a banished immortal. There were 2 swords hanging from his waist. The difference between the 2 was obvious. The man glanced at him and sneered. "You're still the same as the first time we met. You look like a beggar." Su Fengnian coughed and forced a smile. "Try not to do it next time." White Fox Face. Chapter 1798. Whether it was when Luo Yang met Dong Tai in Dunhuang City or when Su Fengnian met Wang Xianji who was rushing to Bailiang, a real battle between great grandmasters would never be sloppy. There was absolutely no possibility of polite greetings. The outcome of the battle was simply life and death. Although Tuoba did not know the specific background of the white-robed man in front of him, he had a general understanding. This person had previously led a young swordswoman to travel around Beimang. Occasionally he would fight, but he had never been defeated. Even if he encountered thousands of riders, he would still be able to retreat safely. Li Mibi, the ancestor of Spiderweb in Beimang, had a very high opinion of this person. He even did not hesitate to describe this androgynous handsome young man as his future achievements in martial arts are expected to catch up with Wang and Su. Although Tuoba did not intend to speak, he was not in a hurry to fight either. First, Su Fengnian's injury was unmistakable. Second, he did not want to lose a great advantage by rashly fighting. After all, it was taboo for martial arts masters at their level to call a newcomer when encountering a strange newcomer. Just like the national chess players who had been famous for a long time, they were often not afraid of exchanging blows with old enemies whom they knew well. Their only headache was those inexperienced geniuses of the younger generation. They were especially afraid of deciding the outcome of a game with those rising stars. This was the principle of life and death battles between Jianghu masters. When Song Yanqing of Dongyue Sword Pool carried 14 new swords, he had caused great trouble for Luo Yang who was at the peak at that time. Moreover, Tuoba had a unique opinion. There were endless grandmasters of sword Dao in Jianghu. After Li Chenggang, there was Dong Tai. After Dong Tai, there was also Huang Qing of Beimang, Qi Jiajie of Tai, and City, Jiang and I of West Chu, and many other great figures. In Tuoba's opinion, since the end of spring and autumn, the fate of sword Dao must have been mostly used up. It would be difficult for a figure like Lu Zhu to appear again. Only grandmasters of saber Dao were too few. Moreover, no one had stepped forward to reach the height of being recognized as the most promising person in the world. Tuoba's intuition told him that it was about time for someone to emerge. Perhaps it would be the person in front of him, the young man whom the king of Bailiang Su Fengyan was willing to entrust his life to. After some observation, Tuoba noticed some clues. The person in front of him, who was called White Fox Face by Su Fengyan, did not have a strong qi. Compared to people like Chao Chongqing, he might not have a majestic aura. However, the flow of his qi was rather strange. One word could describe it, and that was fast. It was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was like the Guangling River during the flood season. This was simply a path to death. Tuoba became more and more curious. What was this person thinking that he would sacrifice his life in exchange for the realm of martial arts? This was no longer something that could be explained simply by the word martial arts fanatic. Su Fengyan sighed softly. Of course, he knew why White Fox Face was so determined. He wanted to become the most powerful person in the world before the age of 30 and kill all his enemies with his own hands. After the age of 30, life and death did not matter. White Fox Face took a few steps forward and stood in front of him. Although I made it in time, don't think that both of us can survive. You also know that saving you is much more difficult than killing him. Su Fengyan said in a self-deprecating manner, you can just do whatever you want. I've killed Hong Jingyan this time. If you kill Bodhisattva Tuoba, even if I die, then even if this deal is a loss, it won't be so bad that it's acceptable. White Fox Face placed his palms on the hilts of the two sabers at his waist. They were the embroidered Winter Saber and the Spring Thunder Saber. Su Fengyan was no stranger to this pair of sabers. On the contrary, he was very familiar with them. He remembered that White Fox Face had lent him the embroidered Winter Saber during his second trip to Jianghu. Before that, Su Fengyan had returned to Bailiang for the first time. During that trip, he regretted that he did not meet a real peerless master pro. At the last moment, he bumped into White Fox Face, which made His Royal Highness feel that the end of that trip was not bad. After 3 years of hard wandering, he finally met a peerless master pro. Su Fengyan still remembered that year when it snowed heavily at Tide-Listening Lake in Mount Qingliang. White Fox Face flew out of the pavilion and unsheathed the embroidered Winter and Spring Thunder Saber. It was really beautiful in the heavy snow. The bladesmanship was beautiful, and the person was even more beautiful. It was probably at that time that His Royal Highness began to seriously practice the bladesmanship. He began to look forward to the day when he could have half of White Fox Face's elegance. Although they had not fought, Tuoba seemed to have seen through the ins and outs of White Fox Face's two-handed saber. The war god of Beimang, who did not want to argue with him, laughed for the first time. You are no match for me. Do you really want to die here for the king of Bailiang? Tuoba saw that he did not say a word, but he was not annoyed. He stretched out his palms and put them on his chest. He looked down and said with a hint of loneliness, I may not have the chance to kill you grandmasters of the Central Plains in the future. Wang Xianxia and Chao Chongqing are both dead. What a pity. Su Fengyan held back his laughter and glanced at Tuoba. He said in a mellow Southern Dynasty official's accent, the one in front of me doesn't understand the Beimang language at all. Don't flatter yourself. If you can fight, don't talk. Do you really want to wait until Huyen Dagwan gets here? Bodhisattva Tuoba dismissed it with a smile and raised his head. He won't come. Su Fengyan's eyes were gloomy. Tuoba said playfully, although I don't know what you're up to in Dunhuang, I learned on my way back south that His Majesty and Li Mibi went there personally. They even temporarily borrowed Helian Wu's Heshi army and 20,000 cavalrymen from the king's camp of Norland. Even Huyen Dagwan, who claims to be a one-man sect, will not be able to gain any advantage no matter what he's up to. Su Fengyan took a deep breath and suddenly straightened his body. He held the iron spear tightly in one hand. White Fox was not the only one who was surprised. Even Bodhisattva Tuoba was momentarily stunned. White Fox attacked first. The winter-embroidered saber exploded in front of Tuoba with a bright light, like the moon rising from the sea. Tuoba smashed the moonlight with one punch and broke the cold saber gang. Then he punched directly between White Fox's eyebrows with his other fist. The other spring thunder dagger on White Fox's face finally came out of its scabbard at the critical moment and stabbed towards Bodhisattva Tuoba's armpit. It was obvious that she wanted to exchange injury for injury. Tuoba's punch did not stagnate at all and still hit White Fox's forehead. At the same time, he pulled back his elbow and tried to clamp the saber. White Fox's forehead was hit and his body leaned back. He kicked Tuoba's chest and took advantage of the momentum to pull out the spring thunder saber from under Tuoba's armpit. The spring thunder saber, which was full of chi, only slid through Tuoba's clothes. In the process of pulling it out, there was a loud sound of metal and stone, like a saber cutting through iron and stone. White Fox's face, who was holding two sabers in her hands, left the ground and flew backward. Coincidentally, she circled around Su Fengnian and his spear like a butterfly circling around a branch. Then she pounced on Bodhisattva Tuoba at an even faster speed. Bodhisattva Tuoba raised both of his arms and crossed them above his head. The White Fox's face was embroidered with the winter's spring thunder and the cold blade. It collided with Bodhisattva Tuoba's arms. The intense fluctuation of chi dynamic created 2 layers of ripples between the two of them. Tuoba's feet sank into the sand and he only took a few steps back. Strands of golden light on his arms were like thousands of dragons entrenched and did not weaken at all. By the time White Fox's feet touched the ground, he had already waved more than 20 sabers in one breath. The layers of strength were stacked and there was no sign of him being exhausted. On the contrary, his momentum was rising steadily. Bodhisattva Tuoba continued to slide backwards. Even though he had a calm expression on his face, he appeared as if he did not have the strength to fight back at all. If news of this were to spread, just this point alone would be enough to make this person with the nickname of White Fox Face rise to fame. Su Fengnian was known as an earth immortal who could kill the enemy with one move. Like Su Fengnian, as one of the 4 grandmasters of Wushu evaluation, when encountering an ordinary master, even if the opponent was a first-grade celestial state, even if he could not kill the enemy with one move, he would not retreat without holding back too much strength. Moreover, Tuoba had improved a lot compared to the time when he fought with Su Fengnian in the western region. Both his physique and momentum were not the same as before. This meant that the White Fox's face was so fast that even Tuoba could not find a gap. Tuoba thought that even if he gave this person dozens of sabers, so what? So what if the chi flow could travel 800 miles or even 1,000 miles in an instant? No matter how long a breath was, there would always be a time when the old and the new would be replaced. However, when he unconsciously retreated nearly 1,000 feet away, he suddenly realized that this person's saber momentum was not only endless but also faster and faster. The latest 2 sabers were faster than the one Su Fengnian used to force him out of the city in the western region. Fast was not scary. What was scary was that this kind of speed seemed to have no end. Step by step, it was as if the heavenly gate did not stop. Tuoba was quite helpless. If he was confident to break the saber momentum at first, then he could only defend to the end now. It was like a large-scale heavy infantry army with slow movement meeting an elite light cavalry. It would not lose, but it could only be passively beaten. Bodhisattva Tuoba counted silently in his heart. He started counting from 3 to 9. Chapter 1799. Every increment was a strange pause in this person's attack. After the pause, he would attack more rapidly. Su Fengnian squinted his eyes and looked at the battlefield that was getting farther and farther away from him. Even he could no longer see the figure of White Fox's face clearly. He only saw a ball of white snow rolling in front of Tuoba. After 12 halts, the golden light on Tuoba's arms began to shake slightly. After 14 halts, White Fox's attack was wrapped in the power of wind and thunder formed by heaven and earth. This was no longer as simple as a celestial phenomenon master borrowing the general power of heaven and earth. It already had the implication of a Taoist immortal opening a cave in his sleeve, or the Buddha performing the Pure Land of Lotus in the abbot's land. If it was Su Fengnian with his current cultivation, he could use a whole breath to create a move similar to the state of spirit. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to do it continuously and still be as one after many breaths. Between the 15th and 16th halts, Tuoba tried to stop the opponent's terrifying momentum at the risk of injury. He clenched the spring thunder embroidered winter double sabers with both hands. However, the two sabers seemed to have the help of God. In Tuoba's hands that could tear the body of any celestial phenomenon martial artist apart, the sabers were easily pulled out from the water flow. This was simply beyond Tuoba's imagination. However, the truth that really made Tuoba feel uneasy was that perhaps after 17 or at most 18 halts, this person would really be able to gain the upper hand. This person's attack did not have any gorgeous colors, but it was fast. It did not have the majestic momentum of Li Chuangong's green-sleeved snake, nor did it have the instantaneous power of Gu Jiantong's thunder of mind, nor did it have the wanton ocean of Dong Tai's immortal sword. This man's strikes were like that of a diligent old farmer, day after day, year after year, relying on his old skills, quietly waiting for the predictable harvest. This was the most terrifying part. It was not that Tuoba did not have a backup plan, and his intuition told him that the line of victory was around 18 halts. However, today was not the battle between him and this person. There was a young vassal standing 150 feet away who definitely had a backup plan. 16 stops. Tuoba opened his eyes wide, allowing the long saber to strike his chest like rolling thunder, and the short saber to hang on his shoulder like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The stumbling Beimeng god of war's feet left the ground for the first time, and for the first time, he had to use the momentum to speed up, just to increase the distance between him and the two sabers. 17 stops. Just as Tuoba gritted his teeth and prepared to use his trump card, Su Fengnian gently pulled out the iron spear from the yellow sand. Xiao Dong slashed down with her saber, and Tuoba was actually struck to the point that his knees touched the ground, and he slid back over 300 feet in a single breath. In the next instant, Tuoba, who shouldn't have retreated so far, had already vanished. White Fox stood at the spot where Tuoba's figure had disappeared. She held spring thunder in one hand and embroidered winter in the other. Her back was facing Su Fengnian. She seemed to be motionless and had no desire to pursue Tuoba. Suddenly, she took a step forward and pointed the tip of embroidered winter in front of her. 18 stops. Tuoba, who had left and returned, suddenly appeared 1,000 feet away. His eyes wandered, and in the end he still chose to go north. Su Fengnian carried the iron spear and walked to White Fox's side. He apologized. "Forgive me, I didn't expect that your saber move would be so." Su Fengnian hesitated for a long time, but still couldn't think of how to describe White Fox's saber move. In the end, he could only use a catchphrase resentfully. Such a technical skill. Su Fengnian looked at the wisp of qi that was gradually disappearing in the north and lamented, "If I had known earlier, I would have helped you stop Bodhisattva Tuoba even at the risk of incurring irreversible side effects. Perhaps I could have really killed him. In my current bleak situation, I can still give him 2 or 3 moves even if I have to sacrifice half of my life." White Fox's face slowly put her saber back into the sheath and said coldly, 6 stops to kill level 2. 9 stops to kill mysterious finger. 12 stops to kill celestial phenomenon. 16 stops to break through Buddhism's great Vajra, and the celestial being's physique is as white as paper. After 18 stops, there won't be any land immortals in front of me. As long as I succeed in making the first move, no matter if it's Wang Xianji or Qi Xuanzhen, I'll be invincible. At the very least, I can exchange my life for theirs. Su Fengnian walked to White Fox's side and stopped. He said helplessly, "Don't talk about such a domineering thing in such a casual tone, okay?" White Fox's face was silent. Su Fengnian didn't turn to look at White Fox's face. He said softly, "Quickly wipe the blood off your face. Don't just put on the airs of a master. There are no outsiders here." White Fox's face lifted her trembling arm and wiped her face. Only then did Su Fengnian turn his head and stare at the beautiful face that seemed to be neither familiar nor unfamiliar to him. He smiled and said, "When I fought with Han Shengxian and Wang Xianji, I was beaten to a pulp every time. Last time, I was able to block Qi Jiajie's sword. It wasn't easy for me to pretend to be a master from the beginning to the end. White Fox's face said coldly, Li Yishan asked me to save you once before he died. Now we're even. Su Fengyan said, yes, we're even. White Fox's face suddenly frowned and said, why are you pretending? Both of your legs are swaying. Su Fengyan, who was punched in the back by Tooba's fists with full force, grinned and said, if I'm not wrong, you can only use 17 stops now. You're still a little short of your so-called invincible first move. Your posture with your hands behind your back is handsome, but it's not easy. It's a little hard. Both of them fell into silence. In the end, Su Fengyan was defeated. Who's going to carry who? Of course, I want to carry you, but I'm afraid you won't like it. So you have the final say. Thus, a funny scene appeared in the yellow sand of the desert. White Fox's face was wearing a white robe and carrying a young vassal on her back. The young vassal was dragging the iron spear in his hand. White Fox's face complained, you're worse than a woman. The young vassal, who was living under someone else's roof, said helplessly, whatever you say. By the way, White Fox's face, do you still remember the first time we met? White Fox's eyes were in a trance, but she deliberately said in a cold tone, I don't remember. I still remember. At that time, I only thought you were a real master in Jianghu. You were so cool and powerful. The young vassal who was holding White Fox's neck with one hand and dragging the spear with the other was rambling. His words became more and more muffled, and he fell asleep without anyone noticing. With her back facing Su Fengyan, White Fox waited for him to fall into a deep slumber before she muttered to herself, actually, I once thought that I would bring you with me to travel the Jianghu after I've taken my revenge. The world is so big, we can go anywhere from Jiangnan to Jiangbei. In his sleep, Su Fengyan would occasionally call White Fox's face, and the latter would respond softly. White Fox's face did not tell him that she could use 19 stops at most today, which was enough for her to perish together with Tooba. She was not afraid of death, but she was unwilling to die. The price of being unwilling to die was that she would never be able to recover to the peak of 19 stops in her life. White Fox's face thought for a while. Since revenge was a big joke, it did not matter whether she would be number one in the world in the future. In the end, Su Fengyan, who was in a coma, softly muttered names one by one in his sleep. His ravings were indecipherable. He vaguely mentioned Sweet Potato and Dunhuang City. Bai Hu only knew that when he mentioned the name of Kedangwo, he was crying uncontrollably. Perhaps he only dared to do it in his dreams. Bai Hu could not figure out what kind of mental journey he had to go through to turn such a sloppy young man into the current prince of northern Liang. He was now an idiot who was confined to a circle. She also could not understand. Did she like the smooth-talking young man more, or did she like the current guy who did not even dare to let go of the broken spear in his sleep more? Nangong Push, who had always regarded himself as a man from the bottom of his heart, suddenly shouted angrily, Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan, who had just woken up, suddenly shuddered. Lying on White Fox's back, he said with a face full of fear, what happened? Did I touch your breasts? Don't chop off my hand, please don't. It must be a misunderstanding. White Fox's face took a deep breath and quickly dispelled the thought in her mind. She said hatefully, take care of your claws. Go back to sleep. How about I carry you instead? Shut up. Su Fengyan, who was really exhausted, replied with an "oh," and went back to sleep. At this time, the two of them did not expect that many years later, the new King Liang, who was also as meritorious as Su Shao, would go to the city alone. The new emperor of Liang did not show up. Therefore, what greeted this official who deserved to be called the most meritorious official in the imperial court was not a warm scene of brothers reuniting after a long separation, nor was it a romantic story of a new emperor and official. Instead, it was a situation where he was surrounded by enemies. At that time, it was still White Fox's face that appeared by his side in time. This person named Nangong Push gave the Liang imperial court, or more accurately, the real unification of the world, an absurd answer. I'm here to pick up my wife. White Fox's face was probably the only person in the world who could treat Su Fengyan as his own woman and like him. and he did not care whether the world liked him or not. Chapter 1800. Happy New Year. In the evening, there was a chapter titled, A Stick of Plum Wine, White Clothes Return to Baoyang. When Su Fengnian woke up, he opened his eyes and turned his head to look. He discovered that the sun was shining brightly outside the window. Under the illumination of the light, the dust near the window could be seen clearly, but the room was somewhat dim. Su Fengnian retracted his gaze from a distance and saw a fat man sitting on the edge of the bed like a small mountain, Baoyang's Protector General Chu Lushan. So it was this fellow's existence that blocked out the sunlight. Chu Lushan, whose back was facing the sunlight, said in a somewhat hoarse voice, "After Sir Nangong brought your highness to Huayang Pass, he left without saying goodbye. I couldn't stop him." Su Fengnian, whose lips were dry, slowly sat up. His breathing was not smooth. A person's back was actually very thin, and the so-called heart of the back was extremely close to the heart. After being hammered by Tuoba with all his strength, it was naturally not as simple as injuring his muscles and bones. Fortunately, Su Fengnian was far too familiar with injuries. After being sick for a long time, he became a doctor. Following the Wudang de Huang Ting Heart Sutra, he looked inside himself and roughly understood the extent of his recovery. He opened his mouth and asked, "Where's the iron spear?" Chu Lushan softly said, "It's in the coffin." Su Fengnian nodded. "Tell second brother Yuan to have the banner of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry take down and send it here. As for the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, tell them that they need a new banner. If someone tries to stop them, there's no need to act forcefully. When the time comes, I'll personally explain to those cavalry generals." Chu Lushan said, "Reporting to your highness, Yuan Baixiong has left for Yozhou's Calabash Mouth. As for the matter of changing the banner, your highness need not worry too much. Old Qi was originally an old member of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry. Now that the spy report of Old Qi's death in battle has already spread throughout the border army, I believe that no one will say anything." Su Fengnian crossed his hands over his abdomen, not looking at Chu Lushan. "If I had arrived at the Longyan Plains a moment earlier, I wouldn't have died." Chu Lushan shook his head. "In that case, if the Protectorate General did not accept the suggestion of the 3 white horse crossbowmen, would Sun Ji and Wei Mushing not have to die? The battlefield was constantly changing. Life and death could not be blamed on others. There were not so many ifs. So what if he's dead? So what if he died?" It was a very understatement. Su Fengnian turned his head to look at this notorious man. The Su family had dominated the Northwest for 20 years. What else could it be if it wasn't a military town? Chu Lushan had a notorious record and held a high position in Baoyang. The historians of the future would certainly not be stingy with their penmanship to condemn him. Perhaps his name would be even more infamous than Su Fengnian, the leader of the Baoyang cavalry. Su Fengnian was not infuriated by Chu Lushan's heartless words. It was not only because Lu Qiu, the adopted son of Butcher, was fated to be a part of Baoyang's honor and disgrace. It was also because Su Xiao and Li Yishan believed that this man's talent in military strategy was closest to Chen Jibao's and that he was a true candidate for the Marshal of Baoyang. One could even say that if not for Chu Lushan's public flattery, the young men of the Baoyang frontier army would have leaned toward Chen Jibao. The succession of Su Fengnian would not have been easy, and even more blood would have been spilled. One Huaihua great general Zhong Hongwu would have been far from enough. But the true reason Su Fengnian had chosen to remain silent was because this man before him was as imposing as a mountain. He had once led his cavalry to conquer Shu, had once turned the tide in the first battle of Beimang, and had even personally led his 8,000 Yelluo cavalry to stifle Dongzhuo's plans. Thus, this man surnamed Chu, who had spent nearly 30 years on the battlefield, had far more right to speak on the battlefield than Su Fengnian, even if Su Fengnian was a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, even if Su Fengnian was the king of Baoyang. Chu Lushan clenched his fists and rested them on his knees. Parting in life and death, all good things must come to an end. Su Fengnian's lips twitched, a dazed look in his eyes as if he was thinking about the 300,000 steels behind Mount Qingliang. "There's no need to comfort me. I know that those names carved on these steels all have loved ones, just like Qi Dangua. So no matter who dies, there will be people who will grieve. It's not necessarily me, Su Fengnian, who grieves the most. Su Fengnian paused for a moment. But when I think about how I'll write so many couplets and so many spring characters, just like in previous years, but the person who asked me for them every year is no longer here. Even if I wanted to give them away, I wouldn't be able to, and my heart would feel a little empty. Su Fengnian raised his head. Before my second journey through the Jianghu, Su Xiao took me to the bottom of Tide Listening Pavilion and saw that there were many memorial tablets there. At the time, I didn't quite understand Su Xiao's feelings, but I do now. In truth, when Lu Jinu and Chu Hanqing of Huda City died, I somewhat understood. Chu Lushan quietly listened to the young lord's soliloquy without any expression. Su Fengnian got out of bed and staggered. Chu Lushan wanted to support him, but Su Fengnian smiled and waved his hand. Chu Lushan didn't insist. Chu Lushan led Su Fengnian to a secluded courtyard not far away and stepped into the inner room. When he saw the cypress coffin, Chu Lushan took a few steps closer and said with a smile, "We couldn't find the best Nanmu in Huayang Pass, so we could only let old Qi sleep with it." Fortunately, old Qi was never a particular person in his life. I still remember that in the Western Wall, this guy could sleep with corpses as pillows. We went to find him several times, but it didn't work. Later, when we got to the northwest, Wang Fei had to help old Qi arrange the residences for the 6 of us. She was afraid that old Qi would find a house the size of a sparrow's nest to fool her. Later, when he got married, Wang Fei was the matchmaker. Old Qi Lu agreed without hesitation. He probably saw his wife's face for the first time on the day of the wedding when the red veil was unveiled. Fortunately, old Qi had a good life these years. He had been a military commandant for more than 10 years, a 4th-grade official the size of a sesame seed, but he had never complained about anything. If it were me, I would have gone to my adoptive father and Wang Fei to make a scene. Chu Lushan suddenly patted the coffin lid heavily. "Old Qi, don't sleep, Wang Ye is here to see you." Su Fengnian stared at Chu Lushan. The latter smiled bitterly, retracted his hand, and glanced at the coffin. Chu Lushan whispered, "Sleep, sleep, old Qi, your sleepiness is stronger than the sky. Even thunder can't wake you up. Only the words when there is a war, carry the big banner, are the most useful." Su Fengnian stood by the coffin and looked outside the room. The sunlight spilled over the ground of the courtyard, covering it in a layer of gold. He softly asked, "What's the situation north of Huda City and Liuzhou?" When it came to important military matters, Bailiang Protector General Chu Lushan was much more solemn. He sternly said, "In this battle on the Dragon Eye Plains, Beimang suffered heavy casualties, losing all of its elite scouts, including Wia Lanzi and Heihu Lanzi. As a result, the central army led by Dong Zhuo and Murong Baoding was blinded. Of the 8,000 Dong clan cavalry, only 1,000 or so returned. Of the 6,000 Ruren cavalry, only around 2,000 remained. The main reason is that after Hong Jingyan's death, the Ruren cavalry was leaderless. It will probably be quickly carved up by the various factions of Beimang. An unorganized cavalry army cannot be considered a fighting force. Most importantly, after the Dong clan cavalry and the Ruren cavalry were destroyed, the flexibility of Beimang's central army was greatly reduced. On the other hand, in Bailiang, Yuan Nanting's white feather-light cavalry has been preserved well. It's just a pity that old Qi's iron stupa." Chu Lushan hesitated. The deputy general of the iron stupa, Ningame, has been ordered by old Qi to remain in the encampment around Qingyuan Army Town. She only has a few hundred soldiers. Even if we add in the remaining cavalry on the Longyan Plains, they only have 2,000 cavalry. With the war at hand, it is not suitable to transfer soldiers from He Zhonghu and Zhou Kang's left and right cavalry. Otherwise, the 2 generals who have been suppressing their anger would really rebel. In this way, it will be very difficult for the Iron Stupa to fight alone in the Second War. This is not good news. After all, the Iron Stupa is a precious cavalry force. On the battlefield, 2,000 and 4,000 are not the same concepts. Chapter 1801. Seeing Su Fengnian's contemplative expression, Chu Lushan continued, "According to current intelligence reports, Dong Zhuo and Murong Baoding have both chosen to bide their time. This is within reason. The anger of the old woman of Beimang is enough to make them suffer. As for Liuzhou, everything is going according to plan. The only variable is that the Deputy General of the Western Front, Zhong Tan, has gone missing. Huang Songpu's 170,000 or 180,000 elites of the Southern Court have chosen the same route as when Lu Gui attacked Qingcang City. Now, it all depends on whether or not Ko Jiangwai's attack has the ability to make Huang Songpu lose his sense of propriety. Otherwise, if Huang Songpu smoothly advances all the way to Qingcang City, our chances of victory are not high. The Battle of Liuzhou can only be fought outside of Qingcang City. Su Fengnian suddenly said, I will have 800 white horse soldiers enter the Iron Stupa. Starting from me, I will have all fourth-rank generals and above send out a portion of their personal guards. I want the Iron Stupa to recover to 4,000 men within a month. Then, they will follow Yu Landao's Yuzhou cavalry into the battlefield of Liuzhou. Chu Lushan paused. He crossed his fingers and placed them on his abdomen. Narrowing his eyes, he carefully considered the pros and cons. Su Fengnian walked to the door. Before Xie Shibian left Liangzhou, he made a suggestion to me. However, the risk is too great. Moreover, for all of Liangzhou's border army cavalry, it means a great number of casualties. Most importantly, this kind of loss may not be something that Beimang can bear. Chu Lushan asked curiously, Oh? Su Fengnian laughed self-deprecatingly. Fortunately, Xie Shibian also said that he would personally go to the border of Liuzhou and asked me to wait for a month. He also said that perhaps by then he would overturn that suggestion himself. Chu Lushan laughed. Actually, when Your Highness made the decision to secretly send 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry into Liuzhou, you already approved of Xie Shibian's strategy of Liuzhou, right? Su Fengnian nodded. I think it's better to take a big gamble than to wait helplessly for Beimang to push forward. Chu Lushan leaned against the door and sighed inexplicably. De Chu's double walls, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, and Yu Landao, 3 young foreigners. Su Fengnian's face darkened. Isn't that too rash? Chu Lushan gave a vague answer. It's hard to say. Su Fengnian did not leave the courtyard. Instead, he sat on the doorstep. Chu Lushan looked a little embarrassed. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After all, the threshold was only a small space. With his body size, he estimated that if he sat down, the young king would be squeezed out. So, he had to think of a compromise. After crossing the threshold, he sat on the doorstep. Su Fengnian asked, Lu Qiuwa, if Xie Shibian really did what he said, would your group of Bailiang elders be angry? Chu Lushan, who had his back to the young vassal king, didn't answer the question. I remember that under Li Yishan's plan, the local forces in Bailiang were turned upside down and moved to what is now Liuzhou as a sinner. The Su family army finally took root in this strange land and gained a firm foothold. At that time, there was a celebratory feast on Mount Qingliang. At that time, His Highness looked at all the generals in the hall and drank until he was dead drunk. For some reason, he said something that didn't fit the occasion. The general idea was that if the Su family wanted to rule Bailiang for a long time, it wasn't enough to rely on war swords alone. Internally, they also needed to provide a stable life for the people under their jurisdiction. The Su family army couldn't be on horseback for the rest of their lives. After getting off the horse, in addition to enjoying life, they also needed to work hard to govern Bailiang. Chu Lushan raised his head to look at the blue sky. It was also from that time that many martial artists left the army, like Lin Dofang and Hu Kuwei. There were also many literati who flourished in the officialdom, like Li Gongda and Yan Jieshi. However, adoptive father was still worried in private. He felt that it was because his reputation was too bad that Bailiang had abducted scholars who couldn't come to study abroad. He felt that it would be very difficult for Wang Yi to inherit the position. At that time, he had probably just chatted with Teacher Li. For the first time, Wang Yi spoke of the scholarly principle that flowing water does not rot and the pivot does not decay. After he finished speaking, he deliberately looked at us foster sons with a straight face. Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen, these 2 old pedants, couldn't hold back their laughter. As for me, I naturally hurried to flatter Wang Yi. Old Shi was the most simple-minded. He asked adoptive father what he meant and made adoptive father very happy. He then repeated what Teacher Li had explained to him, making adoptive father very happy. So, the one-track-minded old Qi is the one who is truly foolish and blessed. Chu Lushan's tone was calm as he said, Wang Fei has a bodhisattva's heart. She is good to us 6 foster sons and has no prejudice against anyone. However, her good methods are not the same. She always urged me to study more, that fellow surnamed Shin to laugh more, and that Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen to exercise more. But among the 6 of us, I, Lu Qiu, and the other 4 didn't necessarily listen to her every time. Only old Qi was different. As long as Wang Fei said something, it was more effective than an imperial edict. Sometimes, when he made a mistake, even though he knew that Wang Fei wouldn't blame him, he still felt uneasy. When Wang Fei passed away, the 6 of us were all pallbearers. It was very strange. Even the guy surnamed Qin and Yuan Baixiong's eyes turned red. I even cried my eyes out. On the other hand, old Qi was expressionless. I asked why, and this fool said that his adoptive mother had gone to heaven to become an immortal, so he was not very sad. He just somewhat missed her. Su Fengnian smiled and said, so when I was young, every time I got into trouble, I would look for my sworn brother, Qi Dangua. As long as I got someone to pass a message to him, he would immediately bring his troops over. At that time, I didn't think too much about it. I just felt that this sworn brother was the most straightforward. Not only did he help me solve my troubles, he never nagged, never deliberately tried to reason with me. He was carefree and always looked fearless. I felt that even if the sky fell, he would help me hold it up. I remember that in my early years, in a remote county in Lingzhou, which was still called Fengzhou, Li Hanlin, Yan Qizhi, and Kong Wuqi, the 4 of us had a conflict with a group of descendants who didn't know our identities. We were chased into a mess by the other party's private army. At that time, Qi Dangua happened to be patrolling with a few old generals near Fengzhou. When he heard the news, he immediately led 200 cavalry and charged over, tearing down the Yi sect of those families as firewood. That disturbance was very big. Because Zhong Hongwu, who was the commander of the Northern Liang cavalry, and a large group of generals from Lingzhou supported him, it caused Qi Dangua, who should have been promoted to Lingzhou's deputy general, to lose his future. After that, Su Shao was very angry. Because he didn't dare to get angry at me, the crown prince who was used to being lawless, he gave me a fierce beating. I felt sorry, so I secretly brought 2 jars of green ant wine to apologize with Yan Qizhi. At that time, I knew that Qi Dangua would definitely lose his official position. Firstly, I didn't have the confidence to make Su Shao change his mind. Secondly, at that time, who in the Northern Liang army was willing to listen to me? I couldn't rely on myself to give Qi Dangua a similar official position. I was already mentally prepared to see Qi Dangua drowning his sorrows in alcohol. I didn't expect that when I went to his house for the first time, his face was full of surprise. Chu Lushan shook his head. This time, he did not address him as prince. Little Nian, you are wrong. Su Fengnian was a little confused. Chu Lushan slowly said, I have a rough idea of the scene you are talking about. When old Qi saw you, it was not as if he had seen his adoptive father, but as if he was a farmer who thought he had no future. He suddenly saw his younger brother, who had been away from home for many years, return home. Moreover, he did not look down on his older brother, so he was very happy and proud. Su Fengnian was silent for a moment. He smiled bitterly and said, At that time, I only knew how to indulge in wine and women. What future could I have? Chu Lushan smiled and said, Perhaps in old Qi's heart, you have always been promising. In this matter, not to mention Yuan Baixiong, even I, Lu Qiu, am not as good as him. Among the 6 people, only old Qi felt that you, His Royal Highness, was promising. He never doubted that you could become a man like your adoptive father in the future. Using the catchphrase of old Qi, whose ancestral home is Dongyue, it's this kind of thing. What's the point of reasoning? Su Fengnian sat on the threshold in a daze. The Protector General of Bailiang had his back to the young lord, and the young lord had his back to the coffin. 2 living people and 1 dead person, both of them were speechless. Chapter 1802. Su Fengnian suddenly stood up. Chu Lushan only noticed that something was wrong a little later. Su Fengnian said softly, "It's all right. Don't worry. Even if it's the worst-case scenario, I can still handle it." A graceful figure suddenly swept into the courtyard. It was a female bodhisattva with long black hair. She was the 6th jewel master of Mount Lantua, the female immortal master who lured 100,000 souls out of Xianxia City. However, the current scene was a little shocking. This Western region grandmaster's robe was stained with blood and her face was pale. When she saw Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan, she said sadly, "There's a guy called Zhong Tan who brought the Beimeng Emperor's imperial edict up Mount Lantua. With the help of both the inside and outside, I was able to escape because both of you risked your lives. I believe that there will soon be an imperial edict issued to the thousands of monk soldiers in Liuzhou, asking them to return to Mount Lantua. Su Fengnian, you better be prepared. Even if you manage to keep the monk soldiers in Liuzhou, I'm afraid you'll only leave behind a hidden danger." Su Fengnian and Chu Lushan looked at each other. Their hearts were heavy. The victory brought by the Dragon Eye Plains had been returned so quickly at Mount Lantua. Mount Lantua had a total of 20,000 monk soldiers. Although it was not the kind of force that could make the final decision in the Battle of Liangmang, it was still a difference of 40,000 men. Beimeng, which had a strong military force, could withstand the fall of Mount Lantua to Bailiang, not to mention the 20,000 extra men that appeared out of nowhere to restrain the two towns of Linyao and Fengxiang. More importantly, with Huang Songpu's army on the left and right, it was enough to suppress Liuzhou. For Bailiang, who was already at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, it was like adding fuel to the fire. Su Fengnian stood up and asked, "What's the general process?" Zhong Tan was able to convince the dozens of eminent monks in Mount Lantua with just a single imperial edict from Beimeng. Even if there is a spy, Mount Lantua should continue to waver and observe for a while. The Bodhisattva of 6 pearls clutched his chest. Not only did the imperial edict name several gurus as Beimeng's national teachers, but it also promised that Beimeng would treat the inheritance of Mount Lantua as the foundation of a country and help Mount Lantua promote Buddhism so that it would be on an equal footing with Taoism sect. In the future, they would share the power of Buddhism in the Central Plains. At the same time, Zhong Tan ascended Mount Lantua by himself. One had to know that there were 10,000 Beimeng cavalry at the foot of the mountain. If he agreed, the host and guest would be happy. If he didn't, then after Zhong Tan's death, both sides would perish together. Su Fengnian, do you think Mount Lantua will agree? Originally, I wanted to kill Zhong Tan so that I could have no way out. Unexpectedly, the 2 monks who were spies of Beimeng risked their lives to stop me. Now, they are still on the side of the eminent monks of Mount Lantua from Bailiang. She pointed at herself with a bitter smile. Then I'm the only one left. Su Fengnian thought for a moment and let the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls, who had fled thousands of miles away, rest in peace. Then he turned to Chu Lushan and said, "We can't trust Kai Anshan, the governor of Linyao City, and Ma Lioka, the deputy general of Liuzhou who is stationed in the military town of Fengxiang. Both of them aren't people who can rest easily. Send a secret letter to the governor's mansion of Liuzhou with 600 miles of urgent cavalry and let Xia Shibian replace Kai Anshan as the head of Linyao military town. Although Ma Lioka has been taken over, his prestige among his former subordinates is still there. Let Xianxia City send troops to escort him to Qingyuan military town of Liangzhou. At the same time, let Xia Shibian and Ko Jianghuai have the authority to do whatever they want in the western region and Liuzhou." Chu Lushan nodded and said, "Apart from that, Yu Luandao's 10,000 secluded cavalry is not enough to rush to Liuzhou. Even with Ningamei's 4,000 iron stupas, it's still the same. I'm afraid we'll have to let Shifu, the new general of Liangzhou, take action." Su Fengnian was a little helpless. If that's the case, Xia Shibian's suggestion will temporarily become a major strategy for Bailiang. Chu Lushan smiled and said, "Fighting on the battlefield is not an imperial examination. Cramming at the last minute is often very useful." The Bodhisattva of 6 pearls was not in a hurry to leave the small courtyard. She listened to the two's undisguised conversation as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Su Fengnian had Chu Lushan bring the Bodhisattva of 6 pearls to a secluded place to recuperate while he stayed in the small courtyard alone. Then a familiar white robe appeared at the door. It was the face of White Fox who had returned. Her hands were pressed on the embroidered winter's spring thunder at her waist. Although her expression was indifferent, there was no doubt that she was facing a great enemy. This grandmaster of martial arts, who had no one in front of him after the 18 halt, was treated so seriously and cautiously by this person. Naturally, this person was not Su Fengnian, who was on good terms with him. Su Fengnian took a deep breath and turned around. He saw a slender figure standing beside the coffin in silence. The man who was dressed in white like White Fox seemed to be casually carrying 2 cloth bags of different sizes. One of them contained the shaft of a spear, the other the head of the spear. The name of the spear was Plum Wine. The man in white put his hand on the coffin and seemed to be talking to himself. Before Qi Dangua led the army to battle, he wrote me a letter. He said that if he died in battle, I should find time to return to Bailiang. In the letter, he even stupidly hoped that I could serve Bailiang. He said that as a brother, there was no threshold to cross. After I received the letter, I knew that Qi Dangua's what-if would most likely come true. Therefore, I made an exception and returned here, hoping that I could save his life. I didn't expect that you, Su Fengnian, have been keeping a low profile for so many years. You've finally become a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation, but you're still useless. You can't even save one person on the battlefield. Whether it was in the army of the Su family during the Spring and Autumn War, in Bailiang where he had been the governor for more than 10 years, or in Shishu where he had been bestowed the title of king, the man in white who had always been taciturn spoke a lot today. White Fox pushed the embroidered winter's spring thunder out of the scabbard by an inch with both thumbs. Su Fengnian stood in the doorway between the 2 men in white. At the same time, the 6-pearl bodhisattva also stood outside the courtyard. The entire Huayang Pass also began to move. The clanking of iron armor resounded through the streets. Chen Jibao, who had returned to Bailiang with the plum wine, turned around and asked directly, "Who killed Qi Dangua?" Su Fengnian answered, "Hong Jingyan." Chen Jibao asked in return, "Did Tuoba attack Qi Dangua?" Su Fengnian did not continue to answer. He and the war sage in white who had submitted to the Liang imperial court did not have much to talk about. It was the same when the war sage in white sent his royal highness away from Liangzhou. It was the same when they met again on the Guangling River. Chu Lushan strode into the small courtyard under the escort of a dense mass of armored soldiers. He walked up to Su Fengnian's side and tossed the pot of wine in his hand high into the air. He said exasperatedly, "Chen, stop making sarcastic remarks here. Drink for old Qi and get the hell out of here." Chen Jibao raised his hand and caught the pot of green ant wine. He squatted in front of the coffin, opened the pot and slowly poured the wine on the ground. No one knew that the person who Chen Jibao truly regarded as a friend and a brother in this life was not Yuan Zuozong, who was also Su Zhao's adopted son and was famous in the Central Plains, nor was it Chu Lushan, who was evil but overflowing with talent, nor was it Shi Fu, the current general of Liangzhou who had highly praised him. It was Qi Dangua who was lying in the coffin, a man who was not famous in Bailiang, Liang or Beimeng. Chapter 1803. Previously in Bailiang, Chen Jibao only had that remote house in the desert far away from the pass. Only Qi Dangua visited him many times. The two never had a pleasant conversation and only drank in silence. Qi Dangua drank jug after jug. Chen Jibao, who never liked drinking, accompanied him to drink a few cups. Every time Chen Jibao returned to the capital of Liangzhou, he would almost never stay at the prince's mansion on Mount Qingliang. Instead, he would stay at the residence in Qidong State. Even if Yao Jian and Yi Shizhen invited him to stay, he could not do so. The former leader of the White Feather-Light Cavalry, Wei Fuqing, and the former commander of the Iron Fudu, Dian Xiongzhao, could not understand why General Chen, whom they wholeheartedly worshipped like a god, would be willing to deal with an insignificant commandant who only knew how to charge and break through enemy lines. Even when they were drinking in private in the Qi residence, General Chen was not angry at all and only revealed a somewhat helpless smile. The two generals who followed the white-clothed military sage to Shu clearly remembered one New Year's morning when General Chen, who was staying in the Qi residence, was woken up early in the morning by Qi Dangua. General Chen was dragged along to put up Spring Festival couplets and the character Fu. General Chen had no choice but to follow along. Wei Fuqing and Dian Xiongzhao were so angry that they almost fell out with Qi Dangua on the spot. In their opinion, General Chen was willing to stay in the Qi residence and actually dared to ask for a yard after getting an inch. If this was not asking for a beating, then what was? But for some reason, General Chen did not feel the slightest bit strange in the face of Qi Dangua, who would patiently say, "Good," every time he put up a couplet and a character Fu. He only reminded General Chen when the couplets were crooked. Later, Dian Xiongzhao, who could not figure it out even after racking his brains, mustered up the courage to ask General Chen if it was because General Chen had been saved by Qi Dangua in the early years on the spring and autumn battlefield. At that time, Chen Jibao smiled and shook his head, saying that he had followed the great general to the north and south to destroy the 6 states. He was the only one who could save others, just like how he saved Yuan Zhuozong in the Battle of Princess Tomb. In particular, he had saved Qi Dangua as many as 6 times. In the Battle of the Western Wall alone, he had saved him 3 times. Dian Xiong was even more puzzled, but no matter how he tried to get to the bottom of it, General Chen did not give a reason. Chen Jibao poured the wine very slowly. After pouring a pot of wine, he gently placed it by his feet. He raised his head and looked at the brand new coffin that contained his old friend. His lips pursed. Before the Su family's army rose to fame in the Liyang imperial court, they had fought too many bitter battles. Every time they lost a battle and needed someone to bring up the rear, there would always be a simple and honest young man who was not good with words standing up first. "I'll do it." He would fight with anyone who tried to snatch it from him. His reason was that my life wasn't worth anything. I was lucky enough to survive the chaos of war, so it didn't matter if I died. During the Great War of the Spring and Autumn period, the flames of war flew everywhere. Emperors and officials would die, and soldiers would die. Naturally, warriors on the battlefield would die more easily. Therefore, life and death at that time was a small matter, a normal matter. However, there were not many people like that young man, who were afraid that they would not die in battle. At that time, the young man surnamed Qi chose to join the army because he could not survive in the chaotic times. Relying on his outstanding physical strength and fearlessness, he slowly became the small leader of Su Zhao's personal guards. Then, after escaping the gates of hell again and again, he became the person he dreamed of as the great general. After Liang became the ruler of the world, the general of the Su family army entered Tainan city grandly. At that time, the city was abuzz with rumors that he, Chen Jibao, was going to be a king with a different surname and take over Nanjiang or the 2 Liao provinces. Then, the young man surnamed Qi, who had just become the general's adopted son, came to him with wine and slammed it on the table. He said fiercely, "Chen Jibao, if you dare to leave the Su family army, I will not treat you as a brother in the future." At that time, his momentum was like that of the white-robed monk Li Dongxin. Chen Jibao in Tainan city didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he also felt a strange sadness. This person, who looked fierce but was weak at heart, said fiercely. The meaning behind his words was that he, Qi Dangua, knew that he was not worthy of being treated as a brother. However, that was Chen Jibao's business. In any case, he still treated him as a brother. At that time, Chen Jibao had said unhappily, "Leave the wine and scram." Qi Dangua unconsciously said, "Oh." When he reached the door, he ran in front of him again. He opened the wine and said seriously, "Yes." When Chen Jibao decided to leave Bailiang, he also brought a pot of wine to Qi Dangua. The latter seemed to sense something and smiled bitterly. He probably remembered the scene in the past. Qi Dangua asked, "Leave the wine. Can you also not leave?" Chen Jibao shook his head. Qi Dangua sullenly finished drinking the wine. In the end, he said, "As long as you don't become enemies with Bailiang in the future, we are still brothers. However, if you can't do that, when the time comes, the first Bailiang person you kill with plum wine will definitely be me, Qi Dangua. This is not drunken nonsense." Chen Jibao took out the letter from his bosom and clenched it in his palm. After he loosened his hand, it turned into powder and scattered everywhere. "I have received the letter. However, there are some things you said in the letter that I can't do." No matter how many people that tall and simple young man had killed on the battlefield and how many military achievements he had made, he did not have Chu Lushan's fierce and ambitious spirit, Yuan Zhuozong's heroic spirit, Yao Jian's talent, or Yi Shizhen's pedantic spirit. He always had a rustic air about him. Even the cypress coffin after his death looked as rustic as the person lying down. Qin Zhibao stood up. He did not turn his head. He sneered and said, "The 300,000 iron cavalry of Bailiang died. In the end, it was only to protect the safety of the Zhao family in Liang? Su Fengnian, you are really amazing." Su Fengnian wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not refute anything. When Qin Zhibao turned around, he took off the long bag on his back and revealed the true appearance of the plum wine spear. The room was full of cold air. "If I were in northern Liang's shoes, there would be a day." Qin Zhibao's mouth curved into a mocking smile. He turned his eyes slightly and looked at Chu Lushan. He said calmly, "Chu Lushan, don't you want to be the leader of the civil officials? Do you want to be recognized as Wenjin? I will give it to you." Qin Zhibao's eyes looked past Chu Lushan and Su Fengnian. He could vaguely see the Bailiang armor through the courtyard door. Yan Wenluan, Yuan Zhuozong, He Zhonghu, Qin Yunchui, these old members of the Bailiang Su family will all be conferred the title of king. Shi Fu, Hu Kuei, Han Laoshan, Ning Amei, Dian Xiongzong, Wei Fuqing, these Bailiang generals will all be dukes. Even if they died on the battlefield before the world was at peace, they will all be recognized after death. Qin Zhibao withdrew his eyes and finally looked at Su Fengnian. "What about you? How many things did you bring to the Bailiang cavalry? Only 300,000 stone steels?" Qin Zhibao wiped away the cloth bag and held the plum wine spear in his hand. Qin Zhibao took out the small cloth bag and put the spear head in it. "Although you killed Hong Jingyan, you and I both know that Qi Dangwa died because of you. I don't care how many of Bailiang's 300,000 cavalry died, but Qi Dangwa died. I have to settle accounts with you, the rightful king of Bailiang." Su Fengnian looked at the white-clothed war sage who came to denounce him. "Chu Lushan, take everyone and leave Huayang Pass. Take the 6-pearl bodhisattva with you." The 6-pearl bodhisattva hesitated for a moment and did not insist on staying. White Fox, who was standing at the gate of the courtyard, frowned. "I'll stay, but I won't get involved." Su Fengnian shook his head. "You go too. There's no room for discussion." The king of Shu, who held the plum wine in his hand, was indifferent. He allowed Chu Lushan to leave the courtyard with an ashen face. Then, the bodhisattva of 6 pearls took a deep look at Qin Zhibao's white fox face. Qin Zhibao, who didn't immediately take action, seemed to be waiting for Chu Lushan to leave Huayang Pass with the troops. He asked with a smile, "About half an hour later, you will die. Do you have any last words?" Su Fengnian began to close his eyes to rest, waiting for the last Bailiang frontier army to leave Huayang Pass. Qin Zhibao didn't speak anymore, letting the king in front of him adjust his qi. He narrowed his eyes and thought far away. The young King Liang was still wearing the boots with the badly worn soles. King of Shu, who had come all the way from Guangling Road to Liangzhou Pass, was not much better. There was a prophecy that was passed down in the imperial court. Bailiang in western Shu was like a rat eating grain, and the flood dragon in white was killed. Chapter 1804. Half an hour later, the thousands of soldiers in the Huayang Pass had all retreated from the Huayang Pass. It was enough to show the order of the Bailiang frontier army and Qin Zhibao's insight into military affairs. White Fox was the last to leave the city with Chu Lushan. Suddenly, she turned her horse around and pulled out the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers hanging from her waist. She threw them high into the air and into the city. In the small courtyard, Su Fengnian walked down the steps. Qin Zhibao slowly walked out of the house where the coffin was placed. Standing on the steps, the tip of the plum wine spear in his hand turned from green to purple in an instant. In the face of Su Fengnian, a martial arts grandmaster who was almost at the top of the martial arts world, even if he was seriously injured, no matter how arrogant Qin Zhibao, who now had the luck of Shishu, was, he still would not underestimate him. Qin Zhibao casually thrust his spear forward. For some reason, it did not have the majestic aura that could swallow mountains and rivers that ordinary people imagined. the plum wine overflowing with purple qi pierced through Su Fengnian's chest. Chen Jibao's wrist trembled slightly, and the originally taut spear body suddenly bent like a bow, shooting towards Su Fengnian's chest. This was the arc character of the Spear Immortal King embroidery forward formula. Su Fengnian's hand lightly pushed against the arc of the spear body, and the plum wine was not pushed out. Instead, in an instant, it exploded with a shattering force that was like a bolt of heavenly lightning striking down on the mortal world. Su Fengnian's opened palm turned into a bent finger, and his figure slowly retreated. He leisurely strolled in the courtyard, and pointed his finger, enlightening the hidden force of the Spear Immortal King embroidery, one by one. Suddenly, Su Fengnian's body seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer. His feet did not leave the ground and slid backward. He finally stopped at the moment when he was about to lean against the high wall of the small courtyard. Perhaps the back of his clothes was only a thin line away from the wall. Su Fengnian swallowed a mouthful of blood and gently waved his sleeves, forcibly suppressing the turbulent qi inside his body. After suffering a moderate loss, Su Fengnian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. He looked at the king of Shu in white, who did not take advantage of the victory to pursue after the spear strike. It was very strange. This person's qi flow was not outstanding, only 500 or 600 li. Not to mention that he could not compare with Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, and the others who could easily reach 700 or 800 li, not to mention that Li Chungang had broken through 2,600 armor with one sword strike during the battle at the Guangling River, crossing the 1,000 li distance that Ancestor Lu praised as the threshold of the celestial being. In terms of qi flow, perhaps Chen Jibao could not compare with Xianyuan Qingfeng, who was like the sun in the midday sky in the Central Plains. Since ancient times, the way of the sword had been a battle of will and power. It was the same for the martial arts in the world. However, no one could deny the importance of continuous qi flow. It was almost the foundation of a martial artist in the Jianghu. However, even though Chen Jibao's qi flow was not outstanding, he was still able to integrate Wang Xiu's 4 words formula into his spear strike. It seemed that he had only used 30 to 40% of his strength, yet he was able to display a very elegant and relaxed style. Chen Jibao, who had gained the upper hand in one move, said indifferently, "This spear strike is for the 300,000 cavalrymen of Bailiang. Those Bailiang frontier army whose names have been engraved on the stone tablet should not have died so sullenly." Su Fengnian did not engage in any argument with Chen Jibao. He slowly gathered his strength. In the previous battle at Guangling River, Su Fengnian had already experienced Chen Jibao's plum wine. Moreover, the great grandmaster of spring and autumn, Wang Xiu, who had taught Chen Jibao his spear techniques, was originally from Bailiang. Furthermore, his 2 junior brothers, Su Yanbing and Han Laoshan, had served the Su family for many years. Logically speaking, Su Fengnian should be in a favorable position. Moreover, he was already well versed in the various martial arts in the world. Even if Wang Xiu's spear technique could not be said to have reached the pinnacle, he should still have a deep understanding of its essence. However, once he faced Chen Jibao's elusive plum wine, he always had an inexplicable feeling that he was powerless. Even if Su Fengnian was stronger in terms of realm, when he truly attacked, it was very difficult for him to exert 10% of his strength. It should be known that when Su Fengnian faced Wang Xianji, who was known to have defeated 9 people in the martial arts assessment, he was able to exert 12% of his strength. When he fought with Tuoba in the western region for thousands of miles, he could be said to have exerted his full strength from beginning to end. Now that Su Fengnian had been severely injured by Tuoba, it was increasingly difficult for him to deal with the plum wine. However, no matter how perilous the situation was, Su Fengnian did not complain at all. He did not resent Chen Jibao for taking advantage of the situation. This was just like the difficult situation Bailiang was in now. Since the general trend of the world was like this, if they wanted to survive, they had to ignore whether or not the Beimang army's methods in the Liang Temple were not open and aboveboard. In fact, it was not up to Bailiang to care about these things. As the old saying goes, do your best and leave the rest to heaven's will. Su Fengnian had always firmly believed that whether he listened to heaven's will or not, or whether heaven's will was good or bad, was secondary. What he had to do was to do his best and never give up before he felt that he had done his best. At this time, the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers fell into a small courtyard outside Huayang Pass. Su Fengnian did not move, allowing the sabers to stick into the courtyard. Chen Zhibao did not stop the two famous sabers from falling either. Only the tip of his spear trembled slightly, and the purple clouds swayed slightly. It was not that Su Fengnian did not want to take on the embroidered winter and spring thunder sabers, but he could not. Chen Zhibao made his move again, sweeping to a place about a spear's distance away from Su Fengnian, who was standing in the corner. However, in the next moment, although Su Fengnian did not move at all, Chen Zhibao's swift and violent spear pierced into Su Fengnian's left side a few steps away. The plum wine was lightly pressed against the wall, and did not touch it until it reached a certain point. Su Fengnian's clothes were cut horizontally across his chest, and blood gradually seeped out. Su Fengnian frowned. Chen Zhibao's spear was very fast. It was originally a straight thrust, but it was not so fast that Su Fengnian could not dodge it. Therefore, Su Fengnian only took 3 steps forward, but the tip of the plum wine's spear appeared in front of his chest in an instant. Therefore, when Su Fengnian returned to his original position, his clothes were still cut by the not-so-sharp tip of the spear. Chen Zhibao slowly withdrew the plum wine. The secluded courtyard's door was not closed, and a gentle breeze brushed past his face. There was a jujube tree in the corner of the courtyard, and it was laden with fruits. Jujubes alternating between green and red hung from its branches. Whenever the autumn wind arrived in the northwest, almost every family in Bailiang would buy and eat jujubes. Even the physically weak children could easily shake them. Some married women who had not yet given birth, according to custom, would even stand under the jujube tree and have the younger generation of their family pick the slender branches of the jujube tree. They would shake them vigorously and let the red jujubes fall on their heads, symbolizing the early birth of a child. On that unremarkable jujube tree, a jujube suddenly silently left the branch, bumping into the branches and other jujubes below, and then falling to the ground. Su Fengnian made an unimaginable movement. His hands were inserted into his sleeves, and he adopted a posture as if he was waiting for death. His face was somewhat pale as he looked at Chen Zhibao. After the jujube tree, which was even more unremarkable than the jujube tree, gently fell to the ground, it actually exploded with a bang. The plum wine in Chen Zhibao's hand seemed as if it had been struck by an invisible flying sword. Thunder fell in the mortal world and reverberated in the heavens. This was the divine intent of Gu Jiantong's ultimate skill, the Thunder Core. However, the wrist that controlled all things to become a flying sword, and the realm where the heart and the sword moved was the root of the Wu family's sword path. After the first jujube left the branch and fell to the ground, the jujubes suddenly fell like rain, one after another rapidly falling to the ground. Some exploded with a dull sound, while others fell to the ground quietly. Circle after circle of ripples of varying heights surged out from Chen Zhibao's surroundings, and it was like countless pebbles were smashed onto a calm lake. The profound scene was like lotus flowers blooming out of thin air on a piece of snow-white paper under the hand of an immortal. Chen Zhibao closed his eyes and held the plum wine tightly. Even if the ripples were 3 feet above his head, he still did not dodge, let alone use his spear to break the stalemate. A ring of ripples spread slightly in the air just an inch above his shoulder. Chen Zhibao was waiting, patiently waiting for Su Fengnian's killer move, waiting for the moment when Su Fengnian had the intention to kill. As for the seemingly mysterious ripples, they were nothing but a smokescreen. For Chen Zhibao's plum wine, there was no such thing as a flawless first move in the world. He was confident that he could defeat Dong Tai, who was said to be unparalleled in the world, with 1 spear strike. Therefore, no matter who he was fighting, he was in an invincible position, let alone this young vassal king who was at the end of his rope. Some of the ripples, carelessly, swayed far away from Chen Zhibao. When all the jujubes fell to the ground, Su Fengnian's sleeves moved slightly, and small and exquisite flying swords quietly hovered in front of him. At the same time, the ripples that had disappeared around Chen Zhibao reappeared. Large and small, high and low. Each of the ripples produced a swaying snow-white lotus flower. A small courtyard seemed to be full of lotus flowers, and there was a faint tinkling sound. This was the lightning pool of Great Peace City's gatekeeper Lu Haosher and the great yellow court of Wudong sect master Wang Zhonglo. The lightning pool was full of lotus flowers. In desperate straits, life was full of vitality.